Go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is our budget workshop for September 8th, 2022. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Tammy McCaskill. Here. Commissioner Will Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Borum.
Present.
Mayor Terrell Hill.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Just for the record, all members are accounted for. To Commissioners Tammy McCaskill, Will Jones, Rufus Borum, and Justin Campbell, you're hereby notified that a special call workshop meeting at the Palatka City Commission has been scheduled for September 8th, 2022 at City Hall located at 201 North 2nd Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177. The meeting is called to commence at 4 p.m. The purpose of the meeting is to hold the third workshop concerning the budget for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Now we'll move into public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Is there anyone here for general public comment? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. We will now move into our agenda item, which is our fiscal 2022-23 budget overview. Ms. Shane.
So the first fund we are going to go back over is going to be your general fund. Since we last met, I did take all of the changes that we discussed in the workshop. And from there, I plugged in the approved decision units, which I've given you all the decision unit log. And the first department, I'll start with general fund revenues. So with general fund revenues, I balanced at 6.4 mils. So that is reflected in your current ad valorem taxes. That's 6.4 mils that we are balanced at. And that brings us to, on this budget, a 26% reserve. Since I've done this and it was published, I got finalized numbers on fire assessment, which actually increased about 122,000, and that brought the general fund reserve to 31%. So, I know that, our time is very limited. So as far as general fund goes, I'm just gonna kind of skip through since we made it through a lot of them up until police department, I think is where we stopped.
31% reserves. How much?
It's 26.
It's 26 on here, yeah, Sunny, if you could, that's fine. It's, I believe, 2.6, but I'll have the final number.
2.6 million,
Yes,
but it's 31% or 26%.
31% now. Now, in your backup that you're seeing is 26%.
Okay.
But because we got the finalized numbers on fire assessment, that will be reflected in changes
Okay.
between now and the final. So we're gonna go down to police. All right, so with police department, the only thing you see in personnel as far as changes is just the 5% that we plugged in for employees. And that's across the board. And in operating, we did add in the cloud and the Verizon fleet, which is the GPS on the vehicles. And that was the only major change in there. And then for capital, there was a decrease, but this does include the CIP expenses, which includes the cameras, which will be coming before the commission, and that's the license plate readers. There is a contract that goes with it. It's a 3-year term, so that will be coming to you, but it is built into the budget. Um,
So, yeah,
Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And this may be covered in a different area, Ms. Shank, but can you tell me if the license plate reader funding is included in this, in the budget as it's proposed?
yes, it is. It's actually in the capital outlay and it's a 3-year contract. So year 1 is reflected in the proposed budget for next year.
no.
Thank you.
I'm good. What do we have? We don't have anybody from PD here?
The other thing I did include in the police department, you'll see noted is the Tough Books grant. That is the grant that the police department just got approved from the commission to go ahead and accept the JAG grant. And that's budgeted in there for next year. So as there are little changes, I'm trying to go ahead and budget them in next year so that we don't have to do a budget amendment. So slowly and surely, as you approve things, I'm making all the changes that I can. Just so, like I said, you don't have to do a budget amendment in the next year. Do you have any questions about police department? Those are the only major changes, like I said.
So the women's self-defense program, what's the status of it at this point? Because I don't see a line item on it for any expenses.
So that, sorry, Chief Shaw, the remaining balance is in reserves, so I can move it out of reserves.
So usually the women's self-defense class, Mayor, is a revenue builder. So we charge for it and we don't expend out of it as far as to host the class.
So, okay. So there's no projected revenues on it as well? You just make the change at the end?
We really haven't had as many classes since COVID. We
Right.
kind of, and with numbers where we are currently in staffing, we haven't held classes.
Those are the classes that started with Captain Newcomb?
Captain Newcomb is the instructor.
Right.
It's Captain Newcomb. It was Captain Newcomb, Lieutenant Hawkins, and currently Sergeant Copeland.
And this is the women's self-defense class?
Yes, ma'am. The one that's usually held at the police department in the classroom.
Someone held a few years back, when it used to be at the women's center and they did not charge.
That's we did hold it that year without no charge, and it was at the women's center. It was in conjunction with the women's center as a project.
Any other questions?
No.
So moving right on to code enforcement. In code enforcement, currently there's 1 code enforcement officer and 1 assistant. We do have a decision unit for an additional code enforcement officer. And that's on your list. Currently, like I said, it's not built into this budget. And there were minimal changes, but I'll let Mr. Covery talk about his department.
Any questions, comments as it relates to code enforcement?
Here in the comments, it actually said code enforcement and assistant, which one? So the line item for an additional officer and more for the assistant. That way.
Or not, additional officer will be the added on line item for the decision unit. David Green and Aaron Hughes is already in that line item, that's projected into 22-23 budget.
So if the commission wanted to fund the decision unit to add a code enforcement officer, then that would have to be added into this budget. Because currently it's not funded in there.
That's the 102.
Correct. And that includes operating capital and one-time expenses as well. We kind of broke them out in the decision unit itself.
So we currently have 1.5. And this right here would be a whole officer plus all the additional all operating capital expenses for that one.
Correct. But the other flip side to it too is if you have another officer, you're able to also generate more revenue because they're able to go out and get, more enforcement done. And in return, you'll get more revenue. So, the position does offset itself. But, can't say with how much. I don't have anything.
I mean,
I think the position offsets itself with compliance and the
Yeah.
fact that your city's you can become more impactful in your city as a whole.
So if it's the wish of the commission, then I will build that into the budget and then also get with Mr. Cutright on the revenue side of it to see how much we think we can add in to offset. So it's not a direct impact to your reserve balance because we're going to increase the revenue with that additional officer.
and remove light.
So it's a pleasure of the commission at this point.
Do you have anything to show the revenue that we have received based on our code enforcement actions?
I didn't bring anything here with me for today, but I can, off the top of my head, we have had about at least 7 properties came in and paid the fine and lien, and that's excess of probably about $75,000 that we have got in. With the liens and fines that were paid off through some of the code enforcement hearings that people came in compliance with. And then we have actually another 10 cases that we just did a couple of official liens on the last 2 months, that if we get into that money, that'll be close to $250,000.
So sounds pretty good. Sounds good. Not that we need to generate the funds, but people are coming into compliance and it's helping clean the city up and remove the blight.
I just think the running a one-man show in codes is, I mean, at the end of the day, is not going to be sufficient for, I think, what the expectations are from all of us, of what the community should look like. And so I think it's a necessary expense to bring in another staff person. And with Mr. Green being the senior person in there to bring them in, bring in maybe an entry-level person to come in, so that we are at the same time being fiscally responsible. We can build up from there.
Do we have people who, if this position is filled, well, can we get somebody who can possibly hit the ground and versus them having to learn everything from scratch? Because I don't know how what that would look like in terms of cost.
Well, we have a code enforcement membership group that we meet once a month. And actually the code enforcement luncheon will be here in Palatka, so we can always reach out to some of our sisters and brother programs to see if they got anybody that want to relocate or have any code enforcement officers that did not meet the exact standard, and we can look at them and see if they qualify for it. The,
I don't mean.
staff is wrong choice of words, so, you know, if I had two opportunities to hire and I had 3 opportunities, and I hired 2 and I had 1 left over, yeah, standard was not the right.
Didn't make the cut.
Didn't make the cut, didn't make the cut, didn't make the cut.
Qualified, but didn't make
Make the cut, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Campbell, for correcting me on that.
You know, people repeat that kind of stuff.
Yeah, to make the cut, those that was qualified and eligible, but just didn't make the top 3 numbers.
Okay, good. It's worth the investment, I think.
And if you want, I can give you a breakdown of the decision unit that Ms. Long was talking about. For this 102 number, it was a projected with insurance and other thing. It comes with a staff at 73, 28,000 came out for the vehicle that we would use for to get a second code enforcement officer vehicle. And then another $1,000 for uniforms and cell phone.
Yeah, so a bulk of those, not a bulk, but a good percentage of those expenses are one time
All right,
and it's cost upfront.
you got it all broke down. That's true cost. Appreciate that.
Need direction?
I move that we accept this, act code enforcement officer, decision unit, for this year's budget.
Motion to add 102,000 for code enforcement officer.
Second.
Second,
It's a workshop, Mr. Mayor.
I get it. All day long. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carries. Means nothing, but we're gonna still do it.
Let's exercise.
Give me a hand wave for you. All right, so moving on. Next up, we have fire. So fire department, we are currently in the last phases of the fire union negotiation of the contract. I did build in, the negotiations that we've presented. That'll be coming to the commission for final approval. And then the other thing that we've changed in this department is potentially moving the admin assistant to full-time. And that cost was offset by the other salaries and wages where there used to be volunteer firefighters, part-timers. So that cost is offset. Additional major changes. Scroll down. There it is. The carry forward on your uniforms. So it looks like a huge increase, but it's actually not. So we have a lot of bunker gear and other uniform items that are not going to come in this fiscal year. They're on back order. So what I've done is I've carried forward that money that's not being spent and put it in next year because they currently have purchase orders for them, but we've got to carry it forward. So I made that note on there so you can see that. CIP expenses. We will go over the CIP in detail later on. Some of their expenses, we are potentially going to ask the commission to approve them through ARPA funding. I did use that as a technique to reduce the budget from the 6.7 mils to the 6.4 mils. Do you have any questions on fire?
We scroll back down to beginning.
Qualification for administrative assistant, that they're gonna get double their salary.
So
It's proposed
they're moving from part-time to full-time.
on another qualification.
There's a huge.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
She does everything from POs to
Oh,
payroll to ordering.
Yeah.
You name it, she's doing everything admin wise. typing, helping us with forms and
sending out invoices. What I've noticed is that when Rebecca is not in the office, there's a huge lag time in those things. So we're not processing things as quickly as they need to be.
I can definitely give you a copy of the job description if you'd like that, but yeah, she's
I
doing.
just asked you guys.
Yeah.
What qualifications, so that's, can you tell me,
She's just an
do they
office
need a
worker as far
bachelor's
as.
degree,
No degrees or-
some type of certification?
So it's just general entry level clerical work.
Yes.
Clerical.
Now she's doing way more than that. And it's way more than what that job started out as. Because now she's doing payroll. She's doing, all the purchasing and putting everything through so that they can then pay the stuff through finance, but she's doing everything.
I understand.
She's logging all of our inspections, she's, taking a lot of stuff. And we could definitely use her that extra day and a half.
And for clarification, the only thing that she would get is the 5% that everybody else is getting. She's not receiving an increase for going from part-time to full-time. It's just the increased cost of moving her to full-time from part-time of what we're paying her.
Being applied for that job for the
Correct.
5% increase.
Correct.
So that number includes benefits?
No, that's broken out in
The
the
salary, right?
yeah.
But the 16 underneath is the offset if we take the part-time employees and add that to her salary.
So if you look at actual 20, actual 21, you'll see that the typical cost from when Sophia Smith was here was 21,248, 20,470. So basically you're doubling that number. The 17 was shifted because Sophia was retired. So
I mean, I get the question. I guess the question is, we're getting another day and a half,
correct.
but we're doubling the salary.
Well, you're gonna, adding the benefits would double it probably, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not the benefit calculation. That's just the base salary right there.
You're
Right.
correct. You're going from 20 hours to 40 hours.
That's not what, how many hours are you going from 28 hours?
28, yes.
You're going from 28 hours to 40 hours.
Okay.
So your salary should, the multiplier should be 1/3, not 50%.
And that's what we're paying our admin assistants across the board.
Correct.
I didn't know that.
This is admin 1 or 2.
Just one. We used to always have 2 part-timers.
No. On the, Ms.
Ms.
Jones,
Jones,
this is admin 1 or 2.
Yeah, as far as I know, she has no college degree. She's high school.
But although she doesn't have a college degree, she's doing.
She's
the
doing it.
level of work.
Yeah. We're happy with the job she's doing and the work's getting done. I mean, I think if you did ask someone to have a degree, it's gonna be even more.
I would just want to know what the qualification, I didn't say she needed. to.
Yes, no, I mean,
It's
as far as I
not-
know, there's no schooling required for that position.
GED or high school diploma.
All right, next one.
Could I ask a question before we leave this?
Yeah.
I'm not hearing everything real clearly. We had some lightning interference with our sound system and it may be contributing to me not getting full volume in here, but Lauren, what did you say about the radio purchase that's required during this next fiscal year?
For
Fire department.
For the radios.
the 800 megahertz, that's in ARPA.
Yes,
It's in ARPA.
it's in ARPA.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Just go ahead and mention what my thoughts are so that you would know. At $43,000, $43,311, that position, it's paying more than we pay for an entry-level police officer that have a certification. That's one of the things that the fire department itself came in and talked about the qualification and certification that they have, and they fought so hard for money. So I think when we do this, we have to understand that that's gonna be across the board when we set precedent that again, entry-level, full-time person, they need to come in as someone.
I would say that I'm not 100% sure how she did this, but I think that's including your benefits. So if you included an entry-level police officer,
And she just said it wasn't.
Yeah, I'll go back and double check that and I'll make sure I send out clarification in the breakdown. Anything, if for some reason my cell calculated off, as it has in other ones, then I'll make sure that I clarify that with the commission. Any difference will go down to your reserve balance. But I'll make sure that I send out how much that position is in hours. So.
Critical question. Without benefits, you're over $20 an hour starting out.
Then that cell's not correct because our admin assistants start out at 15,
But that's why,
1535.
but that's why the questions were asked. Because if it's above $20 an hour at that number, then you basically are gonna trigger other people with the same job title. And so if it's base plus benefits, then it's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, I'll go back and check the cell. It's just quick math. It should be around 33,525.
yeah, my general calculation here looks at 31.9. But that's just.
Yeah,
And that's with the 5%. So that line is probably off by about 10,000.
that would have saved 10 minutes of our lives.
When you go to a digital budget book, you won't have this problem anymore, which we're almost done with the implementation on.
Let's go to our next item.
All right, street. Increase here, of course, is because we added the GMC work crew supervisor, so that amount just shifted up into your personnel out of your operating. The decision you made for stormwater maintenance repair, commission directed me to put in 50,000.
Just as we talk about the DLC work crew stuff, just a point of consideration for the commission. We've had some inmates. And we have one local inmate who actually maxed out on Saturday and is back. I know one of the things that we talked about was being able to create opportunities for employment upon them leaving the work crew. But the work crew has been tremendous for us as far as getting the city cleaned up. And, we couldn't ask for two better people starting out than what we have right now with our supervisors. So Holmes and Johnson have been great. No, not
Stevens.
not done. So it's been great. So I just wanted to add that just so as a point of consideration, if you have any thoughts on that work program, make sure you pass those on to the city manager and to the public works director. Next up.
Going down, as far as the CIP for the streets department, only thing that was programmed was for an additional mower. So those are on a cycle that we replace them every couple of years. So that's on the next County and then,
Zero turn.
correct. I did pull that figure down a little bit. You see the decrease, that's based on actual cost, from the one that we bought this year.
What are the two employees?
That is the DOC,
Just the two
Yeah.
recruit?
yeah. So we had to increase the uniform budget to account for their shirts. Paper materials, we also increased that line, based on year-to-date actuals.
Any questions? You can keep going.
Right, next up is cemetery. No major changes in cemetery. I don't know if we want to give an update on cemetery during the workshop, but there is a lot of work being done out there. We are looking to potentially change the fee in the cemetery based on current market, and they're doing a lot of repairs and upgrades out there as well.
Yes, basic maintenance has been neglected in the cemetery. I believe there's some emails that have circulated, addressing some of the issues seen by the public. And our goal is to, I guess, focus in on the serviceability of the facilities there for when we do have public on site, and then addressing the issues that we have in the actual grounds themselves.
Just give a quick summary of some of the things that you're doing right now.
Currently, we're trying to refurbish the office area so that we can conduct meetings with funeral staff and individuals for the sale of plots in the facility itself, making that, I guess, more a better representation of the city. Mr. Holmes has said it a couple of times that this is potentially the only picture that some individuals may have of the city of Palatka, and it is a touching time for them. So we want to put our best foot forward, if they're coming in there and vulnerable, providing them with a place that they can feel like they're being respected and their loved ones are being respected as well. So that, involves painting, obviously some new flooring, furniture, and then just general landscaping and clearing around the building itself.
You gonna have staff out there?
On a part-time basis. So currently, we do not have any positions funded for cemeteries to take on those responsibilities, but our intention is to rotate out and then schedule meeting times at the facility itself, rather than having them come to our public works location, so that they can actually get a tour of the grounds from the staff who are familiar with the process on site, as opposed to meeting in our location and traveling across the city.
Because I understand there's already a fee that's associated with keeping the cemetery, keeping them on.
Maintenance.
So, and that's pretty much what we're using now, or you tell me, is that what we're using now to do this?
It's my understanding that we have a special cemetery fund that is dedicated to the improvement of facilities and not necessarily towards like the general funded maintenance of the facilities. So we wouldn't pay contracted services for site mowing out of that special cemetery fund.
What do you think?
If we were to improve a facility, if we had, capital repairs or things like that, that would be necessary. And I believe in the original intent, it was for the purchase of new lands, which I do not believe we're looking at expanding the cemetery now, just because of the footprint availability.
Is it safe to say that Mrs. Tuberville is already working out there some?
I would say almost more than some, and along with Justin Bridges, it almost seems like it's a full-time position between the two of them. And, just working with the public and trying to find through our records that we're actively engaged in digitizing and correcting based off of the inaccuracies that we found over the years. It's potentially a large burden for one individual, and right now it's shared across multiple.
And so I know they put carpet squares out there a few years ago before they closed that facility down.
Mhm.
So it may, have you looked at whether if there is damage to the floor,
So-
it doesn't use very long, whether you
Where-
can put squares in it.
Correct. There were damages to the floor. And the carpet had to be removed. Below that was vinyl tile. We removed that down to the basement. We currently replaced it with LVT flooring, which is a higher durability and a longer lifespan. Also easier for us to clean in the event that there is an incident in the building.
Okay.
So special cemetery fund, how's that? And it's used to for betterment,
Correct.
so like fencing and.
I believe that we could use it for that, and that is outlined under next fiscal year as one of the items that I need to address there along with security. You know, right now, we currently don't have, you know, a fully secured perimeter. There's gates that are missing and sections of fence that are in disarray.
Currently now, who upkeeps the cemetery? Is it the prison crew or do you have, our long contract?
We have a lawn contractor. We have attempted to set up a meeting with them to address, you know, the current status of the cemetery, and we are supplementing some of that with the I don't want to say remodeling, but the refurbishment around the facilities with our prison workers. There are limitations as to what the prison workers are allowed to do on the facility in terms of, you know, I guess interacting with grave sites and cleaning around those areas.
Yeah. It's an historic damage based on training.
I thought they were brought in to do the right of way.
Yeah, but that's why he's saying there's some limitations as to what they do.
Correct. We do have a facilities, I guess mowing crew that is with the prison work.
Mr. McMillan, did you mention the mapping process that's ongoing?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Mapping.
Mapping, you talked
Yes.
about it.
Mapping, did you mention the mapping process?
I
We did.
probably should. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Amanda and Justin have been going through every single site and hand verifying them with the records that we have in an effort to digitize them for future reference to, I guess, associate the purchases and deeds with a GIS location in the future. But right now, just really correcting them. We have had some incidences where individuals had attempted to purchase plots that were already purchased by others, weren't properly reported.
Okay.
So we're looking at limiting those.
As you're doing that, can you also make provisions for for example, the Civil War, the Civil War plot maps they have, the maps they have for the cemeteries to be preserved in some kind of way. One of the things we talked about is having, you know, those things are 160 years old, and they literally give detail as to, you know, Soldier A, 1965 gunshot wound to the chest. And these are original pieces that have not been, you know, that really need to be protected.
Correct.
And so, you know, we've constantly had the conversation and asked that University of Florida or some other institute be contacted to at least see about preserving those. I'm sure Historic Preservation, Historic Society, Ms. Lane would be a great person to give you a start on where you can start talking to somebody. So, but I think it's necessary that we do that because those maps are they're walking history at the end of the day. And I think that we need to be careful of how we keep those. And then we also need to make sure that we keep duplicates of all that stuff, just in case of something such as a fire or anything that may take place on some unfortunate situation, so that we don't find ourselves losing valuable documents.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Any comments?
Yeah. So you also mentioned the third thing, you mentioned about, increased cost, plots, is it, or what?
Various fees associated with the sale and then the actual burial in the plots to bring us up to a better operational level to maintain the cemetery going forward. And along with that, doing an analysis with the surrounding area and putting us more in line with, I wouldn't say our competition, but if we're not realistically valuing what we're providing, we're a lost leader for the city. We want to at least break even with our services and provide something comparable to what's out there, you know, throughout the city, through other cemeteries.
And I can say, based on what we have here, going to some other cemeteries in other cities, it's now nowhere near what we have, and you're paying extremely, the fee is a lot more associated with it. So I would be in total agreement with taking it up.
All right. Consideration for another day. It won't be happening today, but it's a consideration for another day. Yeah. Yeah, he'll bring something back on the rates so that you'll be able to do comparisons and analysis. So that won't be a part of this budget. Any other conversation as it relates to what's in this particular budget?
I just want to thank Mr. McMillan. It's pretty impressive. Thank you. Pretty good. Thank you.
Anything else? Moving on from cemeteries. Okay.
Next up, we have recreation. One of the major increases, I don't know if you want me to speak for you, Eddie, but you can finish out my sentence. We did put more money into the terminal building maintenance. Currently this year, we've actually had a lot of expenses due to vandalism, and the restroom plumbing. My hope is that once that taxi terminal becomes active and we have someone, PBM, actually in there, that will decrease the vandalism and the restroom issues. But in the meantime, we have to prepare based on what we're seeing currently. So that is one major increase in that department.
Where are we on the contract?
Terminal building operation.
Yes. So terminal building maintenance, typically we budgeted $1,500 historically. But this year we saw a huge increase. So we were having to actually transfer funds from different lines that the maintenance wasn't necessarily needed currently to make sure that we didn't overexpense that budget.
I think one of the things that we also need to look at as it relates to the riverfront is, and I'll bring it up here as opposed to anywhere else. It's the purchase of an ice machine. I think we lose significant revenue. Everybody that I talk to that has ice machines, they make significant revenue off of them around the city. I think we missed the opportunity to make money off of the machines. The machines hold their value. It maintains itself for the most part. And we've got a number of boaters that have to purchase ice at other places just because the convenience of doing so at the dock doesn't exist. And I think putting an ice machine over in the area near the boat ramp creates a great opportunity for us to have folks who are going out on day trips to continually purchase. And I think that money's gonna come back to you tenfold.
I agree. I definitely think too, maybe the idea of concession could be thought about now with state.
Concession.
Where are we on the contract?
Yeah. I'm just throwing out my idea. This is a workshop.
Yeah, we had that approved. We had it approved. That's a good.
Yeah.
And I think.
I mean, with the changes that are going on currently in the city with other businesses, you have a boat ramp right there that, you know, you can sell bait and ice.
Right.
Versus food, which, you know, may be less in cost to set up those. I don't want to say irrigation, but whatever they're called, the well that they keep the fish in with the oxygen, whatever.
Thank
Tank,
you.
live well, thank you, live
Yeah, so we just need to figure out where we're at on that.
Where are we on the contract?
The contract was fine. We just got to get down the road.
So I don't want to, I can't tell if Ms. Val is answering. Is the city attorney answering?
She's
not on the phone.
Okay, so I can tell you, and Ms. Thomas can add to whatever she needs to add, but we essentially have dealt with a series of requests from the contracting party to add items to the boats in order to make them more serviceable. We've tried to essentially pare down that list in our conversations to what might absolutely be required compared to what might be wanted, and then differentiate between who pays for the items. And then, of course, we still have the continuing issue with the second boat. Actually, it's the first boat, but it's the second chronologically to be delivered. So I know that Ms. Thomas was working on the changes. We went back to the minutes from the meetings when the last contract was approved, and she was updating that draft. And then we had been in the process of scheduling follow-up meeting with Mr. Legassi to try to get that to a final conclusion.
But we approved the contract that we agreed upon, everybody. So I don't know why we're still going around and around and around again.
Well, you approved a contract, and we incorporated that language into the agreement. And I think now it's a matter of just getting it signed from our perspective. Although, as I said, there were some requests for additions to the boat before basically it was placed in operation, and we've been dealing with those budget requests.
Well,
But we're ready to move forward with signing. We had talked about scheduling a time or reached out to Mr. Legassi. I don't know, Jonathan, if he's in the room, but last week or the week before, and we're setting the date for us to basically bring the thing to a head. So it should be done at almost any time. We do have some delays in terms of some of the services at the facilities that were part of the contract. And Jonathan can speak to that specifically, but I'm talking about the lighting on the electricity on the docks, pump outs, some of those various items that were part of the contract, the services they would be providing. But and we have anticipated completion dates on those, but that some of those things are still have not been completed.
So yes, Mr. Holmes is correct. There are a couple items that the city is required to fulfill as part of the contract that you did approve, specifically installing the electrical and water pedestals on the floating docks for the transient floating slips, as well as a security gate from the fixed pier to the floating dock, and security cameras at the ship store, if you will. And some of the items that Mr. Holmes was talking about, this Gano has a list of the items that need to be completed for Coast Guard certification, and we are working with the builder to finalize those items. And there are some other requests from the operator, either for functionality of the boat or just what would be determined as maintenance from it being laid up so long. So we're working through those items as best we can.
But we get like a list of what needs to be done and when it's expected, so that we can have a really good idea of what, because we keep talking about things, but we don't see nothing in writing or whatever. Say, okay, well, here's what needs to be done. We try to get these done by this date or whatever, and keep us kind of at least abreast of things, because I know we got a lot of things moving, but it's just, if we didn't just have this conversation, we probably wouldn't be talking about it right now in terms of the ice that at the dock there and potential revenue. So we wouldn't even be talking about this right now. So if we can just get something so we can keep it in front of us, that it's a thing that we really try to close the deal on. We really need to do that. So we can get a report on everything that needs to be done and kind of like the time frame that is expected. And I think that'll help. So yeah, we can kind of know as a commission, I think.
Sure, we can put a list together, Commissioner. I made that note, and we'll try to get you a summary of both the items that remain to be completed at the riverfront, as Mr. Griffith just mentioned, and also the items that that we're still working with on the boat. As you may or may not know, the boat did not pass the Coast Guard inspection. There were a number of items that were not deemed adequate or sufficient. They range for some items that would be relatively minor in nature to some that aren't necessarily as minor in nature. So we've been back in negotiations with Ms. Gano has been monitoring that on a regular basis, trying to do, and we ultimately came down to the point of us essentially pairing out the items that were of major substance from those that weren't, in order to try to negotiate with the builder of the boat and the bond company of the boat a resolution of those. So, you know, we'll get you a list of those items on both the land and on the boat itself.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks, sir.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess we'll bring the ice proposal later. But soon.
Well, I mean, we do.
Can we get some pricing? We get pricing ASAP.
I was just gonna say, we do got a whole other side of the dock that we can roll the ice machine on.
I definitely wouldn't mess with the stuff that's going on with messers and some other stuff. But yes, sir. What are the changes as we continue on?
That's it for that department. Just the major, or sorry, not major, the repairs to the, use the restroom. We increased the maintenance budget on them there.
Go ahead, Mr. Cartwright.
Well, what I wanted to bring up in this situation was about some, with the taxi terminal or the boat dock being, I mean, at that one time, I thought it was off limits, so we losing a lot of revenue from rentals on it. So I extended that down, but I do have a proposal to new rentals, pricing and, obligations. We have had a lot of lost revenue due to city staff renting, and I want to get another proposal to look at either raising some of the rent prices and also coming up with a renting schedule of what it would cost, discounts for employees, discounts for city volunteers and non-profit organizations to help us increase our revenues going forward.
And that would be a proposed change in appendix A.
Yes.
And that's for the
Price points, St. John's River Center, all our rental facilities. You have some reading material. Yes.
Ooh, wow.
When the rates that was already in there, we increasing the rates to the city staff and everything. Their normal civilian rentals and that hasn't changed. What is pricing like now?
Just city staff.
Yeah, city staff and everything.
That makes,
Yeah. Yeah, 600 for the price point instead of 800 for St. John's River, so that ain't changing, but we have to incorporate some subsets, and I have a breakdown here, right?
Is that pretty laborsome for y'all to be doing the rentals and all that stuff, trying to keep track of all that stuff?
Well, that's another thing I was talking about. It actually kind of taxing, so we definitely have some type of money pretty much.
Right. Well, I gotta suggestion. I mean, I'm just kind of, I'm just throwing it out there. I do know that the school district, they use an agency called Facilitron. Facilitron. And basically what they done, they take a picture of all of your buildings and footage and rooms and everything else. And it has everything, and then it incorporates all your policies and everything else, from what I understand, and then basically you can.
Yes, that's gonna get to that. We actually looking at doing a 3D of all our buildings. I wanted to renovate some of them first before we take the pictures, because we wanted to update the Price One Center, the new coat of paint and some different other items to put in there. And also we're waiting on the St. John's River Center to be finished with the more remediation situation we got going on. So those are in plan to have it where it's more digitized and also website based.
Well, just think about the facility, just look at that, and I think it'll help from a labor labor standpoint, man hours, woman hours, whatever you put into it to get it done from an administration standpoint.
You can pass that information on to them.
With the commissioner.
Yeah.
Any?
You got, go ahead.
I'm just
Anything
saying,
else?
those what you're reading out, just proposals, they're not their working documents or anything that you think that need to be changed or subtracted, we can work on that.
Okay.
Anything else?
That includes, we don't charge if they're not using the facility.
Yes, they're not using anything that like electrical, any kind of plumbing issue like that, as long as they use the pavilion, it's fine. But we are putting a new stove and a refrigerator in there, and also we're gonna upgrade some other things. We just put a new concession stand door on that expansion.
And is it, I know previously you talked about the door that you couldn't kick in or something. Is that? the
Yeah,
kind of door
we're gonna change the doors to not the one you kick in, but the outward doors.
Outswing.
Outward doors.
Something like that.
Any other comments, questions, concerns? Thank you, Mr. Cutright. Next up,
Recreation. Don't go anywhere.
welcome back, Mr. Cutright.
A notable change, you'll see that we, of course, added maintenance, field maintenance for Booker Park. And that was really the only major change in this department as far as the operating. Some smaller items as far as, you know, natural gas increases, electricity. The minimum. But the addition of Booker Park is also going to generate revenue as well.
My first line of personal services.
The 3,100 for
Sorry.
in personnel,
Executive salary.
correct?
What's RCA salary?
That's Reno, that's recreation coordinator.
No, that's you,
Oh, director.
you're the director.
You got it increase like. So you put the-
5% is programmed for every single employee.
Yeah, that was broken across the board.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
No.
Question, I have a question. As it relates to, Shabbat Field, we talked about, redoing the tennis courts.
Yes.
That's the only basketball court that hasn't been redone.
That's correct.
Do we have that set in this budget to get this budget year to get that done?
We didn't put that in for us redoing the grade where the flooding come from, but we did put some money in the budget to redo the purpose of the tennis court, I mean, that basketball court, and redo the basketball goals around. But we didn't do anything to upgrade the surface of it, where the water slides down from the top field to the court.
Right, the drainage. But are we doing an allocation for, I know it was like $9,000 to paint those courts before.
Yes. And the new quote we got, it went up to $1,000, so right about 11,500, that's gonna cost to redo them, right?
And then we need to, do we have anything in there to maintain the existing as well?
No, we didn't put none of this down, we can add.
So, I mean, it's the last court that we have left. And it actually gets used quite a bit, both of them. And I thought we were actually talking at one time about the tennis courts over there, kind of being along with the ones that Hank Bryan being the trial runs for pickleball, because those aren't being used at all, and it may be an opportunity. You do have. So.
Then we do Shaw, you mentioned Shawboat last time, 10,000, we said add 5,000 to it.
Yeah, but then we put it in there.
That's what we requested at the last meeting about the Shawboat and.
Right.
Did we?
I'll go back and double check. I'm pretty sure we did because I believe Jonathan actually got some estimates for us too. So I'll go back and double check.
I see 11,000. I see 11,000 for Shawboat.
Well, that was the actual.
No, that's,
Well,
that's pretty
for
turkey.
maintenance, right?
Yeah,
That's
that's
a bill maintenance
That's
beside.
what- I think it's in parks is where you're gonna see. where I put it.
Goals and the tennis courts and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, that was, I think it's in the parks budget under the maintenance. Right.
To elaborate on the pickleball conversation you said, Mayor, what I was looking at using the Jenkins facility, that basketball court to the right side of you facing it, would make that a permanent pickleball court. But it bring pickleball into the inner city community.
What did you say?
The permanent pickleball court would be, be facing Jenkins, the basketball court to the right. It's not being used at all. It's just make that a permanent pickleball court.
Parking lot was by the multi-purpose room.
That way we can run programs, pickleball tournaments, and still have a facility to use restrooms and everything else, and also bring it inside if we need to otherwise.
What we have now, have we done a trial run with the ball, anything? I mean,
Michael.
we have enough,
Well,
we have enough reports.
But that's what I'm saying. We're doing actually on the 20th of this month, we're doing a trial run pickleball at Booker Park. To see how it takes off with the community and the kids. But pickleball itself as the community is still a big program. I mean, I can tell you now, there's tournaments around here that has at least 200 to 300 teams per weekend. So I will, if we put permanent pickleball courts somewhere, we will get you something.
No, I don't think y'all understand my point. I said, I know we have the courts. So my question basically is, why aren't we doing pickleball? That's what I was.
Oh, inside the city.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Booker Park and we invested all the reconstruction, the paint. And it's pickleball ready. We just don't
Well,
have any activity out there.
to make pickleball courts, you can do temporary courts and they'll be fine, but most of your avid pickleball players want permanent courts. Because that way it takes away a lot of the confusing lines off the court from basketball or tennis that you're playing. And that's why we're trying to make dedicated pickleball courts. And I don't want to take away from my basketball program on these courts. That court right there hasn't been used, wasn't being used. So there'll be some court that we can actually just dedicate that to a pickleball program.
We're gonna do the same at Hank, that's all I'm gonna say, Hank Bryan, because we had that
Yeah. And
one that I think y'all were talking about parking, but I think pickleball would be ideal right there.
The first court by the 13th Street side,
Right.
which was tennis courts that was rarely used, but the surface is solid.
Yeah.
It's really.
we had a young man, Mayor, we had a young man that was going to do an Eagle Scout program project, and he was going to restripe that for us, but he kind of failed to the wasteland when COVID kind of hit, so we can pick that back up. And that'll be 2 spots that we can use permanent pickleball.
And listen, if we could spend $12,600 a year on ball field maintenance, we could at least go and strike a few of those courts throughout the city. We got 9 parks. So, okay, that's what I would like to see.
I think that's-
Yeah.
That would be something good to present.
Yeah, I will reach out to Miss Simons and Miss Margaret, as an avid pickleball players and the avid ambassadors of that program. I will reach out to them and see what we come up with.
Ms. Simon, she's been instrumental with making sure that pickleball is in all of our schools, so she would definitely be good contact.
Right. I think we need to make sure that that there is, at least as a contingency with the budget for those, just in case that falls through. All right, anything else?
So at a first glance, looking at the parks budget, I'm gonna need to go back and take a look at the backup that I have in there because I know that I did put it in ADG. I actually used the quotes that I was getting to build it into the budget. But I'm not sure if I put it in that professional services line or I need to take a look at that. But I know that I did budget in those estimates and quotes that we had gotten on the court.
Okay.
But that would be found in here in your parks budget, not in recreation.
Okay.
Go back.
Overall decrease in this operating budget, that is due to your moving the Department of Corrections up to personnel. So it's kind of a wash.
What the
Something.
two laborers I see, I'm sorry.
Yep,
Okay.
so currently in this fiscal year, we had budgeted for 2 laborers. We moved one of the DOC work crew supervisors into the Parks Department based on the work that they're actually doing. So you've got one in the Streets Department and then one in Parks or Grounds, which is where they're currently working. But you always had 2 laborers in there. The only addition is the DOC work crew supervisor.
So again, so DLC, we have a primary crew that's working for park.
I'm not gonna speak on their behalf, but
Facilities or grounds maintenance, and then the other crew is for right-of-way maintenance, which would be your road signs. So you've got,
When did that occur? 'Cause
uh,
I thought- Was that the negotiation when we first, I thought it was all about the, no, we're talking about DLC, the work group.
correct,
They're doing the park.
grounds maintenance, so you would have some of them, do like the Price Martin Center and areas as such.
But both crews actually would help out on right of ways if
Correct, they
Yes,
do, they do.
they're.
backfilling time, so whenever they finish, they're able to circulate in other areas to make sure that we're hitting that schedule that they have.
So
Correct.
do they have a primary job, responsibility and duties? Prior agreement with them?
They do.
I'm asking. Clarity.
I'll say that I was unaware if there was any other previous arrangements for them to be limited to one side or the other. That's what I walked into. Regarding to their actual job responsibilities, I was under the impression that we did have one crew that was specifically dedicated towards right-of-way maintenance and one that would backfill towards right-of-way maintenance, but would also work towards doing some facilities or grounds maintenance to supplement our staff that do grounds maintenance. We do have a limited ability to produce on that end currently. Internally with our own salary staff.
How many salary staff we have doing ground maintenance?
2
Hourly.
hour.
So totally you got about 5 people with the 2 city staff and the supervisor and the 2 laborers that work. Yeah, about 5.
Seven.
So what I believe the work crew itself has 5 individuals on it, not including the supervisor. So there's 6 on that work crew, plus the 2 that you have that are hour.
All right, I was just looking at what we had here, plus you said the 2, so the work crew is separate.
Correct.
Okay. And that's for DOC.
Thank God for DLC, because I remember one time we didn't want to use DLC workers.
Oh.
We did. Yeah,
See, they're looking a lot better.
we did. I still didn't. The only way I want to do it now is as long as we start hiring some of these folks.
I think we can all give a hats off to them. They've done an amazing job. That was definitely
See, they're
great to have them back and get that worked out.
right. It's looking pristine. The gym is getting shiny.
But if you ever get an opportunity to talk to the inmates, some of those inmates are excited about the possibility of being able to become full-time employees.
Yeah.
So,
I talked to Lieutenant and talked to Don, so I guess they make some kind of talk so that they can get those guys looked at getting hired or whatever, so I know. We need to do our part.
Okay to have them video and summarize or reflect on how they
Experience.
type it, and give us, something to tell us about their work and what they do. basically what you asked for, but if we can't talk to them personally, or we can share, I think a video would be good to be able to share with the community.
Or if you get a chance, talk to, if you talk to Holmes and Johnson and, or either, Lieutenant Carter, you'll get some insights as well. Any other questions on parks? Commissioner Jones, any other questions? Singing now, let's keep going.
Price market, minimal increases, he's back.
Say it again.
The AC got fixed.
Feel better now?
Keep going, Ms. Shank.
All right, we're gonna breeze through this one. Next up, we've got taxi. Transportation water taxi. I know we talked about that as well. One thing that was plugged in was the water taxi contract with PBM. Mr. Holmes kind of gave me a great estimate of 50,000, and that's what we plugged in. That I think we discussed this at the last workshop.
We did. Keep going.
Yeah, because it was 45 plus 5.
Yeah, We did. So
And that
nothing,
is line item in the financial system, so.
nothing else has changed there.
And Jenkins, one thing I will note on here on the capital outlay, you're gonna see that the grant match, I moved to Better Place because that is eligible because it's a capital improvement.
Right.
So to save general fund, moved it to Better Place. And
Commissioner Jones has a question. His mic's not on. Go ahead.
that was it. I just moved a grant match to Better Place. So in Better Place, you're gonna see the grant revenue as well as the expense.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
No questions about what just presented. However, I failed to ask a question on parks that I
Okay.
don't want to
You wanna go
neglect.
back?
Yes, and that's going back to the Hank Bryan Park. We talked about $50,000 to put a bathroom facility out there, restaurant. And it's not, I don't see it here. Would it be somewhere else? You recall that?
I do, but my question is about the FERDAP grant.
No, that's outside the scope of that, of
Is
what
it?
was applied for. Yeah, that, for that was already applied for without the restroom.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's different.
Okay, that's something that if you'd like, I can plug that into Better Place.
It's a Better Place.
Along with the grant, just to kind of show it as a city match.
You got flex and Better Place to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good place.
Um,
That was
That's a good pickup. All right, next.
Contingencies is where we had budgeted the 800 megahertz radios. That has been moved to ARPA. Because it is ARPA.
And if
So that's a major decrease right there. That's pretty glaring.
we approved it already too, right?
Yes, but we're gonna go over ARPA. as well.
Right, that's part of the commission meeting.
And just, want to note again, I know it says on here 26%, but, changes in the fire assessment were up to 31%.
Right, okay.
That may change a little bit with the code enforcement officer recruit, so I'll make sure that I keep you updated on all of that, but we're in a good place. We're only required 16.667% for reserves. Any questions on general fund?
No, let's move.
All right, so CIP, in the CIP, I worked with department heads one-on-one to make sure that we had everything plugged in for capital expenses going into next year. I do not think you have a copy of this, and I apologize, it wasn't in the original packet, but we just finalized it this week. All of these expenses are built into the budgets that you have though, so there's nothing on here as far as an expense that you're not gonna see already built into the budgets that you're looking at.
Did you have radio at 521 on the other and 540 on this one?
Yes, so 540 is the current estimated number that we have for the radios because the county has finally approved their removable project.
Mhm.
So I've been keeping in contact with J.R. Grimes to make sure that I keep updating the number. 521 was the original estimate.
Okay, so do we need to change the other one to match
It's in our,
in ARPA?
so as that gets updated, of course, the commission will have to make a decision if it's in excess of that 540 that we have budgeted.
Yeah,
It'll come before the commission regardless.
right.
Continuing the phase computer replacement, so they are on a schedule that we replace computers ever so often. Next year, we actually are gonna benefit, to be able to replace some ahead of time due to the PD's JAC grant and replacing 7 of their tough ones. So we'll be able to replace more computers since we got that grant. Sanitation, right now, the 400,000 that's built in there is just contingency. I really wanted to give the new public works director a chance to get on board, to really look at his fleet and everything before putting exactly which item is gonna be replaced. So that'll be coming before the commission for approval once they go to purchase. Anything in sanitation. Okay, scroll.
Any questions? Keep going.
Water plan, a lot of those expenses are grant funded. And you'll see that in the utility fund when we get to it as well. Water distribution and sewer collection, the only 2 items we have in there currently are for 2 new vehicles, and that's to replace the 2 vehicles that are on there, that are way past their service.
With going back to the water plant, want to just get a quick summary, and I think it's something that the commission needs to hear as we plan for the future. What are some of the needs and where we are as far as wear and tear on the plant? Because one of the things that we're talking about doing is going to DC, taking advantage of where we are, the current climate, and seeing that there's an opportunity to gain additional appropriations from the federal side to be able to do some major rehab at the plant and upgrades. Ms. Wiley.
Yeah, so the biggest one on here is thank you,
Sorry, I
Sunny.
was trying to make it bigger.
No, I wore the wrong glasses today, so I can't see far. Okay. Is the GAC project, so that's the really big one on the agenda. And we have that planned out for expansion in the future with everything coming to the city. And that also ties to the high service pumps, feed pumps. All of those are essential for where the city's moving in the future for more water.
What about the well upgrades? I'm talking about well upgrades. Where are they located right now?
So we have a total of 8 and they're spread between the plant itself, the skeet club, and some of the airport property in the back alongside of the runway.
And So how is the revenue generation aspect of it created off of the wells?
So if we don't have wells, we don't have water to treat. That's how all of the water from the city is produced, is from the wells.
So I know there have been some conversation about the need to dig new wells and the health of the wells. Which ones at which locations are you seeing as the most probable for?
So there's one in specific between the ski club and the airport property that just, we haven't been able to get it produced since I've been with the city. And that's the real focus for ours, is that one, and that would hopefully produce a couple hundred more gallons per minute a day.
What's the cost to dig that new well? Ballpark.
Ballpark, $100,000. But you're gonna have it, I mean, these wells that we have been here since the 60s, so they'll keep producing. If you can get down into the aquifer, you're gonna have a asset for a long time. And that's why you see them as upgrades, because we go in every couple of years and rehab everything existing. The hole essentially stays the same, but the pump and the piping all gets upgraded.
So yeah, that's kind of a conversation that I want to have more of offline as it relates to where we have the wells and what's the utility of those. And I think it's something that the commission should look at as a whole as well. And we need to develop a long-term plan.
Can you also talk about the elevated tank? That was very enlightening for the CIP process and just.
So the elevated tank has a maintenance contract on it. And we are due to have the tank painted. The only thing that is not covered in that contract is what they call a curtain, which essentially just goes around the entire tank and catches all of the old paint that's being blasted off of it, so it doesn't go to the cemetery, to the health department, to the houses. It catches all of that. So that's that number you see is the curtain. The paint's paid for, labor's paid for, all of that's included in the contract.
So
Yes, ma'am.
A curtain. That was the curtain call?
Yes.
what was your question?
And that number is based off of the fact that we have a current maintenance contract. So if we were to go out for RFP, it's gonna be even higher because someone from the outside is gonna charge us that labor and paint and all the other things that's covered in our contract currently.
In addition to the.
Correct.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I call it a curtain, but it's gonna be metal arms coming off of the tank and a huge drop cloth going from the top to bottom. So 180 feet worth of tarp or cloth, whatever they use to contain all of that.
And they're gonna completely repaint that entire.
Completely repaint it. They're gonna take all the old off and put new.
And why do we have to repaint?
We have to repaint it because it's due, and if we don't, they're not gonna wanna adhere to the contract.
Within how many years again?
It's due this year.
So every what?
They like to come in and sandblast and repaint about every 20.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sorry, just wanted to talk about, that was one thing that, when we were doing the CIP dig down, I learned a lot.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley.
Thank you.
Talked
Next,
about the two vehicles, past their life cycle, so we're gonna go ahead and program those. We can keep going, Sunny. Streets, the $10,000 for the zero turn mower, which we discussed. So anything that's on this list, like I said, is built into the budget. So there's nothing in here that isn't in the budget. This is just more of a line item detail of those amounts that are in there.
Do we have that sheet?
no,
No, sorry. I'll get it printed and give them to you. Can you go ahead and
Next.
Stormwater improvements, that was at the request of the commission to add that in. You can find that in your streets department. Then you've got your parks, which we went over that budget. That's okay. Fire, we're replacing the fire marshal, truck. It's also past its life cycle. We're finding that a lot of these vehicles, we're paying more to fix them. So we're really trying to work towards getting down a true cycle of the vehicles.
Fire marshal's rough on trucks.
And we can keep going.
10-3.
We got 30 minutes. It's 5:30, so I know I'm gonna zoom through. Yeah, all right, keep going. Zoom. Keep going. Better place, this is where all of your capital projects are. The new projects that you're gonna see are your Jenkins and the Price Martin retrofit shelter grant. All of these projects that are in there are really just carrying forward. So anything that, like I said, that's been approved by the commission, I've budgeted in next year so that you wouldn't have to do a budget amendment for something you've already approved. The only one you have not seen is Jenkins, but we know that's coming. We've gotten confirmation, so I went ahead and budgeted it. And we can keep going.
I think I saw that. Hank Bryan in there. Is that what you were talking about a minute ago?
That's the FERDAP.
Yeah, it's recreation grant.
Yeah.
You're adding the other 50.
Yes, I'm gonna add the other 50,000.
And it's only how many phases is this? I see that's phase 2 and it's 2,000, am I right?
For the
Hold on. 50.
fifth, yeah, I made a note. I need to roll that grant forward. The grant revenue on that forward, the expenses in there,
All right.
so.
And it's just, how many phases? 2 phases?
On the Hank Brown project?
Yeah, how many phases?
2.
2, okay.
Phase 1 was the fence, right? Right.
And the basketball court. All right. Move on down. Yep. The public works building is built into this budget. Based on the cost that I've been given, is $3 million. So you've got $3 million in loan proceeds matched with $3 million in, expenses.
With that being said, I know it's been a long conversation. As it relates to the existing facility versus, I mean, even with what's happened to Jenkins now, we know what happens to schools when they're left abandoned. Particularly on the north side, we've got a shining example of what it is. One of the things that I'd like to see is an actual comparison of what putting the public works facility in those existing sites at Jenkins would cost based on the research that we have in place versus what it would be under the existing site. Because we know that there's probably $1 million in site prep that's gonna be spent. I think with the recent stuff that's happened, maybe worth a conversation if it makes sense numerically.
So if you'd like, what I can do is I'll take down the number on the Public Works building. You want me to leave the loan in there?
Now, I would like to see just this stuff stay as it is, but
Okay.
if there's an opportunity for cost savings, somewhere else, where we started out looking at cost savings, we at
Okay.
least explore it because it's better to have to budget too much than too little. But that's if the commission is open to that.
We just said three, wasn't it 3 million? 3 million?
Correct.
I thought we had it at 2.
We had it 1.5 initially, and it was phased. That was, remember you made the motion before? That thing changed over. Whole bunch changed since then.
I know costs are quite a bit.
Everything's going up. That's why I made that request.
Yeah.
Because
If you'd like, what I can do is I can decrease it to where the only thing that's budgeted in there currently is the design that is an active contract. And then once a decision is made, then you could actually do a budget amendment to recognize loan proceeds for whatever decision the commission makes, if you want me to do it that way. That way it's not inflating it to look like you've made a decision for the loan and you're moving forward.
it is what it is. At this point, I don't. It's up to the commission as a whole. I mean, it's been something that it's been lingering for a long time. I just think that when you look at what it costs to build right now, it's a lot. And we've got an opportunity, and depending on what opportunities exist in lieu of, we may have some motivated sellers based upon circumstances. And if that's the case, then, it puts us in a position where we may be able to save. And, at the same time, do something that's going to be beneficial to the community as a whole. But that's a decision that has to be, or at least direction, be explored by the commission. Thoughts, comments, concerns? None, no, yay, nay.
So, Mayor, if I could ask a question, when you mentioned having some sort of cost analysis done of what it would cost to go into the Jenkins School with our new public works facility, my question is, how accurate of a cost analysis are you requesting?
It'll be at the 1,000-foot mark. I don't think they can get close on it. I mean, I don't think they can get to a point where they're going to be absolutely accurate. But I think what they can do is be able to show us what remodel cost per square foot would be versus new construction cost per square foot based upon existing facilities that we've already identified, those two 1995 buildings that would meet our basic needs, as well as what would be the soft savings in site prep. And if it even makes sense to do that coupled with what may be there for demo costs on some of the existing buildings.
If we're talking about budgets, Jonathan, do you have any idea what the engineers would charge us to? I know they're moving forward right now with design of the new public works facility at the agreed upon new location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Holmes. What we would probably need to do is actually meet with Justin Bobenweider from Passer and Associates give Mr. McMillan an opportunity to walk the site and revisit the cost estimate that was prepared for the Jenkins renovation for Public Works.
Right, and inquire as to how the damages may affect the value of the property, and also the fact that they just sold an additional property. I think which sets the stage for pricing as well. It gives us all a better vantage point of what real pricing is now.
Okay, so I'm just asking about budgetary demands for a semi-accurate assessment of the Jenkins site for.
I don't think it's gonna be anything much more than what we've already asked them before. We're not, because they've already looked at the site. And they've already done a lot of analysis as it pertains to the site. They've done an evaluation of the site. The only thing we're asking them to do now is give a cost up on a general cost up on what it would be to bring the site up to what we're talking about doing with the new facility, because the buildings are very similar based upon what's drawn out thus far.
Okay.
That was the thing that made it, that's the thing that made the school appealing, because what was drawn for the new public works facility was very similar to what existed already at the school site. In their, in the library, I guess in the resource center.
Do you want that analysis to include demolition of the structures that are not thought to be in sufficient state of repair to merit remodeling or retention?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I think that's a critical piece. It's nothing more than putting numbers to what we've already asked for. And they've been extremely accommodating as it relates to where we've been on this. But I think it gives us the ability to make an informed decision. And I think you can attest to what building costs are right now. This isn't the optimal time for anybody to build if you don't have to. So if everybody in agreement with that?
I'm in agreement with it.
Jones? Campbell?
No.
Well, what's your concern, sir?
I thought we scrapped that and let's move on. That's where I am. Appears that we're gonna let the school board back off the hook again with one of their buildings that they decided to close. We already knew it was gonna be vandalized at some point. If they let those buildings sit there, it's gonna be just like the building at 14th and Washington, if they allow it to happen. But we shouldn't take it on, so that we'll be responsible for a building like that. I thought it'd been discussed before that Public Works wanted to go elsewhere. It keep going away, coming back. Once I finally got sold that we were gonna go ahead and move them somewhere else, now we're going back talking about Jenkins Middle School. That's only my personal opinion, and you don't really have to have a further discussion because you guys say yes. I'm cool with that.
Campbell? No. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Let's keep rolling.
So once again, these are just active projects and grants that are continuing and rolling forward.
Can you just get a circulation of the active projects and grants to everybody? Publish that.
Well, I say yes, but I'm I'm sure Jonathan heard that. We'll make sure that they send out a project update to the commission. All right, airport. You want me to keep going? Okay. I will say I am very pleased, very happy, with, I think is more of a turnaround of airport, especially in the revenue since, Mr. McNair has come on staff. He's making a lot of changes, all for the better. I'm very excited to see where the airport is gonna be, moving forward. And all the progress that he's already achieved, it's only gonna get better. So we can scroll down. For this department, we do have 2 decision units, that we do need a decision on from the commission. It is for 2 part-time positions. The only thing as far as salaries, once again, it was budgeted, and then we have the 2 decision units. And I will let Mr. McNair talk about his decision unit.
Sure. So, the airport needs help. You know, that's the reality of it. And there's no other way to put it. You know, it's understaffed. You guys trying to provide a decent level of service. You don't have enough people to do it. So I think, in order for us to get there, it has to be a mindset shift. You know, the airport is the enterprise fund. It is strongly pushed by the FAA and FDOT to be self-sustaining. Everything generated on airport property comes back to airport property. That's part of grant assurances. We have to kind of balance customer service with generating revenues. We have facilities. Every single facility at the airport is the city's. We have to maintain those facilities. The facilities need help, you know, just like staff needs help, you know. So I'm asking for 2 part-time employees. I think it's about 800 hours or so a year. And one is going to be dedicated to more of the ops buying function from a support role. And the other one will be focused on the admin support role. So currently you have 3 full-timers. One is admin, one is ops. You have the manager there. I'm certainly including myself because I'm putting just as many hours in as other team members. And then you have a part-timer. You know, we need to reshift our coverage. You know, 410s may not be ideal for the airport of Palatka. Tradition stuff, you know, I understand and I respect that, but it's an enterprise fund. We need to operate it like a business. If you're not doing a whole lot of activity, revenue activity on Sundays and Saturdays, you know, but you're still spending 20 hours on the weekend, that's not exactly a good place to be. You only generated $300. So we have to kind of shift it over. Those 2 people will help us, you know, really put in place a more effective coverage. But it's not just driven, these 2 people are not just driving the coverage side of it, they're also driving the service side. You know, I think Mr. Holmes made the comment to me during my interview about 6 months or so ago and said, you know, one thing that I have to ask you that is, do you mind fueling aircraft every once in a while? You know, I can appreciate that, but I tell you what, fueling aircraft, absolutely. I tell you what, I'm doing more of it than I expected, and that's not a complaint, but that's just our reality. You know, it's all in, you know, do everything with the guys and team members do. So, you know, that's really where we are. We have to step up our game. We have all the facilities leased out there. We need to transition over to focusing on development. We got active projects going on with T hangars or storage hangars, but you know, the corporate hangar stuff was there. So, you know, I heard the gateway and city and all that. That's what we are. You know, we got folks coming from all over the country, and we need the resources to provide the service. So, the budget, I approached it from a standpoint of what I needed versus what I wanted. Big difference. And next year it may be a different, but I'll make sure though, if I come in with what I want, I'm gonna show you, you know, what's gonna support that. So, you know, that's our work, you know, and, you know, I really asked, you know, this body and this organization to really kind of step back from the way the airport was viewed, the way it was set up in this organization, because it's a unique business unit that has some sensitive compliances. So, you know, we need to make sure we are in compliance.
And just out of curiosity, how much time does it take you to fuel an airplane?
You know,
How big the plane is.
yeah, very. You get a small GA, it's, you know, 15, 20 minutes. You know, those guys only buy it about, you know, 10 gallons, 20 gallons, you know. You get a much large jet, sophisticated jet, that's more 600 gallons. You know, you're gonna spend, you know, 30 to 40 minutes, you know. You know, from the time you engage to the time you disengage and say, hey, you know, you're fine, you're good, you know, have a good day.
I just never thought of.
Well, yeah,
the
you can
time it
factor
requires.
his time in on that, you know, you can apply that to the time, the number of times he does it, to kind of look at the cost justification. And taking him away from actually running the airport from a mission vision standpoint.
Well, another question, just out of curiosity, about how many do you fuel a week or a day? I mean, whichever's easier.
Gotta throw some numbers out there.
No, I wouldn't want to throw the numbers, but I can get you the numbers.
Oh.
But because we have self-serving, you know, which these guys coming in throughout the day.
But I also think that alludes to what we talked about yesterday in the airport advisory board meeting. And just kind of give the commission an insight on what's going on with the fuel truck and what opportunity exists with under low lead.
Yeah. So, you know, we have 2 distribution points for servicing our customers from a fueling option. You have self-serve, which is, you know, fairly industry standard. Folks come in, you know, you're gonna swipe your cards, you're gonna, you know, fill your acronym. There's a premium service, which is mobile. So in this case, it's Jet 80. Typically, your jets coming in, they want to pull up to the front. They want to sit there and say, hey, I need 300 gallons, 600 gallons, whatever the case may be. We have some regular customers, you know, what they want, and we have to be able to satisfy that expectation. Well, since I've been here, we've always had this truck issue. You know, so we had a truck that probably stayed online a little bit longer than expected, really needed some good maintenance. Can be a good truck if we get some good maintenance on it now. But you kind of got into that spot of no truck. So we had a longer front period of time, but you know, right now we're in that no truck situation. Fortunately for us, with the weather, you know, with the pattern of travel, we were not getting plagued with corporate jet activity. Okay. And if you were getting corporate jet activity, it was a smaller aircraft. So now, you know, we're at the point, hopefully tonight we'll be coming back to you. You know, our field provider, Titan, has a leasing vehicle for us that they can get to us fairly quick. So our reality is we need to get back online as soon as possible.
Because you're losing money.
Right. Until we complete another cycle of trying to identify the procurement. So, you know, you guys have an asset here. You guys have an asset. It's producing. We just need to scrub it a little bit, and have open mind about it.
So how much, will it cost us for the two part-time employees you need? It look like you said 800 hours and the 2,080 hours is a full-time person. So you're talking about, right, a third, but it almost a little bit under a third of a full-time position. So that could be easily done based on, what you're asking for. You said two people,
Two,
800 hours.
800 hours. Yeah, no, 800 per person.
Okay, well, then still,
That's not a lot.
It's
800 per person.
It's only, it's 1,600 hours and 2,080 hours, so you, I mean, it's still like a
It's on, yeah, it's on the decision.
50% of a full-time person. 2,080 hours, somewhere in there. I mean, I think it,
So the total that we estimated with the 800 hours, per person with two people,
Right.
22,320.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's, but what I'm saying is a full-time person work 2,080 hours.
20, right.
So this is really,
And the one thing we've talked about and noticed is because there's not enough coverage and people needing to take vacation, take time off, we're seeing an increase in the overtime.
Yeah.
So when you add those part-timers, you're able to flex in more scheduling time for employees.
but let's not talk about this position thing. We got about a couple people up here already saying yay.
Okay.
The question is, do you need more hours? That's what I think Commissioner Boardman is asking. Do you need more than do you need more than 800 hours?
You know, so,
Right.
well,
Cut yourself short.
well, I was trying to be modest and ask for the bare bones needs,
Oh, thank you.
but
You know, get what you really need. Ask them what you need, and we'll try to work that out.
I think that, so, and sitting on the airport advisory board meetings, I think the thing that's we're seeing is we're seeing increase in revenues and fuel sales. We're seeing greater efficiencies of operation, which is resulting in more money, and and the expenses are changing, and even the way certain things are done from a policy standpoint. And so the reality is, in the coming year, there's going to be greater business opportunities. You're gonna be dealing with your leasing policy changes and the things that are coming along with that. You got you got 6 new hangars that are being built as we speak. And so all those things equate to, you can't do it with 2 staff people. And I think that, and the other part is the debt service comes off in October.
23, right?
October 23, correct?
or sooner.
Soon?
And so, but I think the airport is at the point where, it's at the point where the golf course is, where it could become viable if we are willing to put resources into making it a business as opposed to a stop. And I think that's the difference in what we've got in place. And I think that's the piece that we have to be conscious of as we move forward. And I would rather see us, give more resources to Mr. McNair from the standpoint of having those human resources that can assist with a lot of those pieces to the puzzle that have been missing for so long, than to be conservative in what we're doing.
So,
Because we're only talking a few more $1,000.
so the question is, Mr. McNair, what resources do you need to help your operation work as it should?
Okay, can I get back with you guys on that?
Yes.
And again, it doesn't have to be this form, but
We just want to make sure that you're not selling yourself short.
Right.
And, you're not able to supply the need or based on the demand.
Got it.
And business continuity and all that stuff. You don't want to just be struggling. You don't want to just be surviving. You want to thrive. So
Got it. Ms. Shank, can we build those 2 part-times into 28 hours a week?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
All right.
No, you got too many.
All right, we're gonna keep moving and grooving. Yep, keep going.
You said it.
No, no, they're taking breaks.
So golf, revenue
Mr.
sharing.
Mayor, could I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So the city attorney is present and I think we're at our appointed time to begin the commission meeting. And my question to the city attorney would be, it says we had a published time, which includes noticed hearings. Are we well advised to pause the budget meeting and open the city commission meeting and then continue it until a time certain of 6:30 or 6:45 or something like that to finish the budget meetings so that we're meeting our advertised times?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, we need to close this or
All
pause.
right.
Thank you.
We will stand, we will take a break from this meeting. We'll now open the commission meeting. Let the record reflect that we have 5 commissioners here. Everyone is present for this meeting. We will reconvene this commission meeting. We will go on break and reconvene this commission meeting with the opening processes at 6:30 p.m. And how many more do we have?
We have golf, we have TIF CRA, which,
We've already done.
yeah, and ARPA.
Okay, so
And
we're
sanitation.
very sanitation.
Yeah.
And we'll reconvene at 6:20 or soon thereafter. No, we're not taking a break. We're gonna reconvene the budget meeting.
All right, golf fund, is doing very well. We are seeing that revenue share coming back in. The only main difference in this budget is going to be the golf cart lease that was approved by the commission.
Close that door, please. Close that door for me. Okay.
Utility fund. Keep going. In the utility fund and the sanitation fund, one thing you'll notice in the reserves is that we are actually starting to budget for depreciation. So as your assets are depreciating, we're putting that money in your reserves into a capital outlay so that when the time comes, you're able to pay for those resources because it's already budgeted in there. Utility and sanitation, those funds strictly 5% across for employee increases. And you will see the CIP items that were discussed in both of these. One major increase that we have found this fiscal year is your chemicals. So chemical costs have gone up significantly. Staff has done a great job of looking at different vendors and different options. But they are limited to how much they can keep on hand, as well as keep in stock because of the shelf life. That's it for utility and water. Reclaim, there weren't any major changes. Chemicals, of course, went up. That's why we'll keep going. Water and sewer. There was some chemicals on that one as well. And then across the board, I will say we did increase the fuel budget. Just only comment on that.
We did what?
increase the fuel budgets.
Yeah.
I do not, it was not increased by a strict percentage across all of them. It was based on the actual amounts that we're expensing now under our new contract. Utility in the CIP, we are replacing 2 vehicles. Then, of course, the rollover of the projects. Any questions on utility? I know we're kind of breezing through quickly.
No.
No changes on that. Keep one. Debt service, and then, like I said, in the reserves, you're gonna see that restricted utility capital replacement contingency. That is for the replacement of your assets. So we are funding depreciation in utility and sanitation.
What's on the admin cost? What's the percentage on that?
That, I'll have to give you the exact breakdown. So that is actually determined by the size of the budget. And then it's split between the enterprise funds based on your funds for city commission, city manager, city clerk, legal, IT, HR, and finance. Mine is audit. Audit is not included because each fund pays.
Right, they pay a portion. Any questions on this? Let's move forward.
Keep going. All right, sanitation. The professional services, we did build in the remedy staffing due to the ongoing nature of having to use them. I wanted to make sure that we were capturing that in the operating budget. Ideally, it would be nice that we are fully staffed and do not need remedy, but currently, we've had to do transfers from personnel down to professional services to account for those employees.
What's the reserve fund balance?
Keep going down, Sunny.
Can't see.
I don't see any line item for recruitment, knowing that we're short and we're having a hard time filling some of those positions. Are we gonna do any recruitment efforts or more? I know we're doing some. I don't know if we're gonna take that out of the job budget.
We put that in HR, right?
Huh?
Didn't we put it in there?
We do, yeah.
Is any of that gonna come out of?
Out of each fund?
Yeah. I mean, department, but it's not right. You just keep her money.
Right, it's so every department.
Should.
Yeah, and it would come out of the advertising line.
So being that competitive, I think we need to put more money out there. And that goes to our fire, all departments. We're talking about fire department, our police department. On how we're gonna get people is go out and recruit.
Okay. I'll get with Ms. Jones on, what a true cost is, and what I'll do is I'll shift that from the remedy staffing down to recruitment, so there will be no fund change.
Is there a number that you're thinking?
Relying on the subject matter expert, Ms. Jones, what do you think?
Not that he put you on the spot, but just.
But as far as, the advertising that we're currently doing, Indeed would be our most expensive, but I do think, we do need that recruitment effort, more workshops, more job fairs, in order to pull more people in from different avenues. And we haven't had the funds to be able to, fund those things, to do that.
What's a good round number?
Don't. Yeah, absolutely. We'll make sure that we update you.
Yes, yes.
All right,
Don't commit no number.
I almost had you.
other places versus doing it just locally and online? Have we considered, like going, for instance, Jacksonville or?
Yes, those numbers should include that, because right now we're currently just doing here.
I think we talked about that too, in terms of travel to other locations, like recruiting efforts
Yes,
in different locations. And that was reflected in the number that we put in there the last time. I remember we said we didn't wanna strap you in terms of funding, and we bumped it from, I think 30 to 50 or something like that.
It was up 25.
We took 25.
I think it's 25 more.
I know we bumped it up to
Right.
whatever, so just make sure you just put your numbers together and just whatever we can do to help.
okay.
Anything else? It's a good suggestion.
Nope.
That's it? You sure?
No, it's still ARPA.
I know.
And just so the commission is aware, in between the first reading of the budget tonight and the second reading, I will go over every single thing that has changed.
The additions,
Correct. Additions, deletions, everything.
so that in the final, you got a written doc,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
All right, let's go.
TIF, we've already went over.
We've gone over that.
ARPA. So, go down one second. So ARPA, there has been a lot of discussion. Of course, the commission has approved certain items, but I really wanted to get a breakdown of everything that's been discussed and putting it actually in line items and assigning a budget to them. So from the top, we have 50,000 that is in other public health services. I probably should have brought down my cheat sheet.
Over education.
Yeah, there's public education, household assistance, utility aid, 50,000. Small business economic impact, 100,000. Housing support for unhoused persons. That one, I do remember that's for the shower for the homeless. We had talked about 50,000 for that. Other housing assistance, that is for,
Oh.
the community.
So the rehab,
Yeah, rehab. Yep. Academic services, that is for the youth advisory program. Social, emotional, and mental health, we designated 100,000. Economic assistance, other, the 80,000. I'll send out the.
education assistance.
I'll make sure that I send out actually, I had in detail, I apologize, I don't have it on me.
These gonna be, this is, ARPA's is a one-time fund.
Correct. So everything that's in here are one-time expenses. You're not gonna wanna put anything in here that's an ongoing expense because this has to be spent and programmed by 2024 program.
Right.
And spent by 2026.
6. But also explain how we're actually while it's titled ARPA, that's where the funds came from. But we're basically doing it based on revenue laws.
Correct. So, the treasury gave out guidance that any ARPA recipient that received less than $10 million is able to use it as lost revenue. So the idea is to basically take the one-time opportunity to make the biggest impact that we can. And the direction from the commission was people over projects. So we tried to make sure that we're addressing those different areas and actually line item. So I will give you that project breakdown. I apologize for it again. But if there's any changes or the commission has any feedback, please, let me know. This is something that we can change. You're not glued and tied to this, but it's really putting a budget out there.
Right.
And I am happy to report that we got all of the CBA gear from the fire department.
Go to the next page.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
See, I did do my job, I guess.
Yeah. Go ahead, you
Okay.
gonna explain that?
Yeah, so this is actually a breakdown. So where it says treasury reference, that is actually correlating to your GL account. So it tells me which category those fall into. So the 80,000 was for the vocational education, COVID-19 education. Youth council, which I don't think we can call it council anymore, youth advisory program. Mobile shower for the homeless, mental health support, public health, sports complex, Gateway to 10th and 11th Street.
What
And
is that? $250,000. What is that?
That was the enhancements to the street, the sidewalk, remember something they discussed? Also to the properties that are in there as well. That are along that corridor. So that it becomes more appealing from the 11th Street Business District all the way back down the 10th Street side where people are gonna be traveling.
So you're saying we're gonna have money available for,
Enhancements. Community enhancements.
so we're talking again about, like what?
It's like whatever the commission decides. The money is in there for the commission to decide exactly how it's gonna be used.
yeah, anything that comes as far as when you go to actually pay these expenses out is gonna come before the commission for approval.
But we already, that's the transportation hub. We're already doing that. Those millions that we just spent, I thought that was
You don't spend any millions because you haven't got the agreement.
what we're gonna spend. So that kind of confused me. It don't confuse me, but it looked like we're putting more money on that area where it could have went to the, and we talked about doing the utility assistance for people. And we only put $50,000 for that. And that's no money to help people that's been affected by COVID. When you compare it to saying we want to make, I know we want to make 11th Street quarter look good, 10th Street, but it's a sports complex gateway and we have spent over $500,000 that I know in that area. So this is pushing it for the $1 million. And not, that is not needed, but I think that there's other areas like the removal of blight and slum is only getting like $100,000. And that's not enough. As I found out today that we're not getting one of those grants that we talked about to fix the roads. And so I think we need to reassess that.
You got 490,000 there already to remove blight and slum in one place, and then you got another 250 for the same thing.
So that's the repair of the housing. This one is,
That's
Go
what
ahead.
blight and slum.
I don't know, that's what, $100,000, we're not gonna be able to purchase vacant lots,
It's
many vacant lots with
It's
$100,000.
$490,244.
I'm looking at two,
I'm looking at the screen.
you're looking at that one?
And then there's purchase of property, yes.
Right,
correct.
purchase of property, that's
The next
totally
page.
different, that's only $100,000, which is not gonna go very far. No, but this is the purchase of property to get rid of blight and slum and to possibly improve our neighborhood. Again, when we start talking about that kind of project, I would just like details on what we're talking about doing. If we're talking about infrastructure, that's what the other grant was for. And you said that it's not certain right now.
It's flexibility for the commission to decide how to use it. It's just that was the number put out there. If you got another suggestion, then give it.
Yeah, so my suggestion is such to actually to spread some of that money back to the area of removal of the blight and slum by putting some money in the areas where we could purchase some of those vacant properties and maybe resell them, but at least clean them up. The city owns, and actually we have city-owned parks that we didn't have any money allocated to. I think we just want to reconsider that much in that area. And I know we're coming back, but I just wanted to bring.
Put a number out there for food for thought.
Well, I think 150 could go spread across the utility assistance and the purchase of open properties. So that would be taking 100,000, 150,000 away or split 125 away from that sports complex gateway.
And how you gonna split them up into two categories?
Because if that's.
I'm saying, what numbers for the 125? How would you allocate it for the purchase
Okay.
of vacant property?
Well, I said another 125 go to the removal and the purchase of vacant properties. And then we'll put the 125 to either utility assistance for people that have been affected. So, you know, we went to referring people to go to our Florida, but as I understand it, our Florida has now resolved. They're not giving out any of that stuff. So, and we talked about if we give credits to our utility, that money really still comes right back to the city. If we giving our residents utility allowances or credits, they're paying, but we're actually receiving those dollars right back. And then we could actually use those dollars in something else.
But if you listen to Mr. Dennis's reports, he has had minimal.
And because
was
yeah,
because people paying their bills.
yeah. But well, I think more of that's not what they used to for going to get our system.
But
He referred them to our Florida, my Florida, whatever it is, our Florida. That's the extent of his help. That's what he told us right here. He referred those people versus helping, having some type of vouchers that we can recapture those funds right back. And I know that other cities are doing that. But
I wouldn't say that from referring them out, it's not helping those folks. He's referring them out for resources. However, you would like to see him do that in addition.
pardon me, I missed it.
You say that he's not helping the folks, but he's resourcing them out.
No, I ain't say, I said to the extent of him giving them referrals. That's what I said. That's his extent of help. I am talking about actual help. And that is giving, it's unclear, giving an individual a credit that the city can do. And we'll capture that credit as they go to the utilities department, the water, the sewer. And really, we recapture that money right back.
absolutely.
So we are helping them right then and there. And then we're also recapturing that. So it's not just referring them to another agency that's gonna send that money in.
Mr. Mayor?
So are we asking the, bumping up the utility assistance from 50 to 150 or 100?
The 125, so that would make that a total of 175, 175,000. Huh? You just give 100? I said 125.
You do, I said 100, you, at that point.
You just want to give 100 or you want to give 125 more? I mean, say 100 more.
Mr. Mayor? It's 6:20.
I'm fine, yeah, okay.
So I would say no less than 150. Yeah, no less than 150. So we're giving them an additional 100,000.
Let's do 150. Let's do 150. I mean, it's helping,
Run at 150. What else?
And then you go back to the money to remove the blight and slum, buying property. So if people out there that want to give up their property versus keep it up, you know, we have the resources to buy it and get rid of that blight in these areas that we have that program running in. So we'll run that up 200,000 by giving it 100. So instead of depleting your 250, you're or that 250 now goes down to
25,000.
To 25,000. Right now, we don't have that many businesses down there. We can capture some more money down there in the future.
Yeah, just take it off. Don't worry about the business district.
That'd be fine.
Okay,
How many businesses are down there currently?
That's the point. You just made my point, but okay.
There's none.
Don't worry about it. We'll get it back from utility fund. Go ahead.
So you want to deplete it?
I'm good with what you suggested. I'm good with what you suggested. Make sure you got those notes, put that in there, no objection from me. All right, Moving on.
Do you want to give the?
You're good. You got it. Don't argue against yourself.
The only comment that I have is on the vacant properties. I know the commission is aware, but I just want to put as a note that when we purchase vacant properties, if they are not for a public purpose, they do get land taxes assessed to them. Even though it's a government-owned property, if it is not a public purpose, you have to pay taxes. So when you get those properties, it does not serve a public purpose, you want to.
Right.
You want to give those?
Which is the purpose, I know. I just want to.
All right. We're done with that. Anything else? If not.
Thanks.
We're gonna reconvene in 5 minutes.
Test. Test. Test.
We're gonna go ahead and reconvene this meeting. We're gonna have our invocation and our pledge of allegiance. Can I get a Pastor Vickers to come forward and lead us in the invocation and the pledge?
Gracious Father, we are thankful and grateful for this day, for the many blessings you bestowed upon us in this day. We thank you, Father, for the opportunity to be at this meeting. For our board of commissioners, we thank you for each and every one of them, Father. We pray that you will give them wisdom as they make decisions for the city. We ask, oh God, that you will bless them in every way. Father, remember those citizens that are present here today. We commend them, Father, for coming out, and we pray that you will bless them. And we pray that you'll meet those needs according to your riches and mercy. Bless us, Father, and we shall be blessed. Keep us, and we shall be kept. This we ask in Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. Let's allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
One nation.
With liberty and justice for all.
All right, reestablishing roll call. All members are present and accounted for. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes from the August 25th meeting?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to public recognitions and presentations. Recovery Month is our first presentation.
Whereas mental health and substance use disorders affect all communities nationwide. With commitment and support, those impacted can embark on a journey of improved health and overall wellness. And whereas the focus of National Recovery Month each September is to celebrate all people that make the journey of recovery possible by embracing the tagline, recovery is for every person, every family, every community. And whereas Recovery Month spreads the message that people can do and recover every day. And whereas the impact of mental health and substance use disorders is apparent in our local community. Through Recovery Month, people become more aware and able to recognize the signs of mental health and substance use disorders. And whereas Recovery Month encourages people in need of recovery services to seek help in managing the effects of mental health and substance use disorders to achieve healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. And whereas Recovery Month observance works to improve the lives of those affected by mental health and substance use disorders by raising awareness and educating our community about the fact services that are available. Now therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim the month of September 2022 as Recovery Month in the City of Palatka, and call upon our community to observe this month with compelling programs and events that support Recovery Month. I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 8th day of September in the year of our Lord 2022.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any readiness? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's give a round of applause for Recovery Month. At this time, we're gonna have everyone from the Run Your Race Foundation come forward at this time. On you, Mr. Robinson, please.
Well, thank you, City of Palatka, and to all the people that assist with regard to understanding recovery. Substance abuse and mental health is not a joke. It doesn't take much, especially with the COVID that took place and how people didn't even know how to close ranks with regard to how to help them when you face those challenges. I won't be long or anything, but right now, Run Your Race was founded officially in 2015. We've gotten the city's approval to have a proclamation for Run Your Race in 2018 and 19. There was a gap because of the COVID. And, so 20 and 21, we didn't meet. And since that time, some of us have passed or had difficulties, challenges. But at the same token, I appreciate the support of the city. And we intend to kick it back off now that we pray that COVID is behind us and we can meet again and gather. In the process, we built an outdoor chapel on 1013 Eagle Street. So that's in between the 10th and 11th Street that y'all are talking about revitalizing. Eagle Street, if you go, excuse me, go down 11th Street and turn right. Eagle Street will dead end at Booker Park. So you'll see the chapel to the right. So it's less than a half a block away from it. It's an outdoor chapel designed so during COVID, people could meet and everything. And being that it's been there a while, we intend on trying to put it to use. So this Saturday, we're having, setting up a tent, serving hot dogs and hamburgers. And we was hoping to pick it up a little bit, hopefully in between the showers that we've been getting. So it's like 10 to 2, and we'll have to probably run to the Booker Park in the event it showers on us, but we'll still pass out. We had 100 t-shirts to pass out. And speaking of that, we're going to pass out some to you guys. Right now.
Thank you, sir.
So we got,
I don't want to defend it.
Purple pack. Purple. Yellow. Let's say yellow.
Okay, so you know what?
That might be a 4X.
I'll give that to a friend. Thank you all again for everything. And the idea of everybody coming out, we're having speakers. Reverend Sergeant Major will be the master of ceremonies to come out on between 10 and 2 this Saturday. Between 10 and 2. And Jeremy and
It's Command Sergeant Major.
Slippers. I typed Command Sergeant Major on the flyer y'all got, that. But between 10 and 2, hopefully the weather permits, and the kids and anybody else that come, we're having Jeremy and Melissa speak and to say their journey in recovery. There's no time limit and anybody can have the mic. You just talk to Command Sergeant Major and he will in turn quarterback the activities. Thank you so much.
Let's give them a round of applause. Next up is a proclamation for Patriot Day. Who do we have representing us today?
We have Chief Shaw and Chief Taylor.
Chief Shaw and Chief Taylor, will you come forward at this time for Patriot Day? Ms. Krantz, can you go ahead and read the proclamation for us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. On September 11, 2001, the American people endured the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil in the nation's history with courage and bravery. Whereas the lives of 2,977 innocent victims were mercilessly cut short by terrorists driven by hatred and destruction. And whereas in response to this tragedy, Americans across the country came together in a remarkable spirit of devotion and unity and carried out countless acts of kindness. And whereas September 11th is a day to honor the memory of those who were lost and those who united in response to the tragedy, including first responders and volunteers. Whereas on October 25th, 2001, the U.S. Congress passed Joint Resolution 71 by a vote of 407-0, directing the president to designate September 11th of each year as Patriot Day. And whereas September 11th is observed and recognized as an annual National Day of Service and Remembrance. Whereas on September 11th and on the days leading up to and following this day, citizens have an opportunity to participate in activities that honor 9/11 victims and heroes by joining together. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby recognize September 11th, 2022 as Patriot Day in the City of Palatka. And we encourage local government officials and leaders of civic, social, and educational organizations and citizens to reflect on the importance of active citizenship, recognize the enduring strength of our Constitution, and reaffirm our commitment to the rights and obligations of citizenship in this great nation. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 8th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022.
Second.
Aye. Next up is Constitution Week, September 17th through 23rd. I've got the daughters with me. Will you come forward at this time?
Whereas in May of 1787, delegates gathered in the Pennsylvania State House to chart a new course for our emerging country, meeting in a time of economic hardship and passionate debate, but with the understanding that while controversy is a hallmark of democracy, the forces of tension and uncertainty pale in comparison to the strength of our common ideals. And whereas in a document that has endured for more than 2¼ centuries, the framers put forth their vision for a more perfect union and called it the Constitution of the United States of America. And whereas our Constitution was signed on September 17th, 1787, and after an extended period of national conversation and with the promise of a Bill of Rights, it became the supreme law of the land. Since that time, America's Constitution has inspired nations to demand control of their own destinies and has caused multitudes to seek freedom and prosperity on our shores. And whereas as we celebrate the world's longest surviving written charter of government, let us remember that upholding our founding principles requires us to challenge modern injustices while accepting our responsibilities as citizens, our obligations to one another and to future generations, allowing us to move forward, knowing that in the face of impossible odds, those who love their country can change it. And whereas Constitution Week, designated by joint resolution of Congress as September 17th through the 23rd of each year, was initiated by the Daughters of the American Revolution in 1955 and signed into law in 1956 by President Eisenhower, becoming public law number 915 of the United States of America. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim September 17th through September 23rd, 2022 as Constitution Week in the City of Palatka. We encourage local government officials and leaders of civic, social, and educational organizations to conduct ceremonies and programs that bring together community members to reflect on the importance of active citizenship, recognize the enduring strength of our Constitution, and reaffirm our commitment to the rights and obligations of citizenship in this great nation. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed this seal of the city of Palatka, this 8th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor and City Commissioners.
You're welcome.
The United States Constitution, America's most important document, stands as a testament to the tenacity of Americans throughout history to maintain their liberty, freedoms, and inalienable rights. Constitution Week is celebrated annually to commemorate its history, importance, and bring attention to how it serves still today. In just 4,400 words, it is the shortest, and yet it is the oldest constitution in the world. We have the opportunity to tweak it from time to time to meet the needs of our country and our society. And the freedoms that we have are all because of that piece of paper. So grateful for those who had the forethought to plan that and to give us those rights and abilities. And so as the American as the daughters of the American Revolution, we all have to prove our ancestry back to one of those patriots, and we're proud to be able to support that and to continue to support that as it seems to be trying to be eroded today. Thank you again. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
You each have an invitation.
We do, we have it.
Okay, it's celebrating the 235th signing of the Constitution on Saturday, September 17th. At 2 o'clock, our community band will give a patriotic concert on the steps of the First Presbyterian Church down by the riverfront. At 3 o'clock, there'll be a patriotic program featuring Mac Ellis. You can look him up on YouTube. He does a beautiful dramatization of a poem called Old Glory.
Say that name again, please. I'm sorry.
Mac Ellis.
Mike Ellis?
Mac,
Thank you.
M-A-C-K, Ellis. And then at 4 o'clock, that's the exact time the Constitution was signed. And so bells across America will ring at 4 o'clock. And so we'll come back outside of the church, ring bells. We have little bells to give the people who attend as the church bell rings as well. And then the Dreamland Squadron will do a flyover salute, come from the east side. I'm assuming I grew up in Miami, so everything was north. I think east is coming from East Palatka.
Right.
So we'll watch the skies for that flyover salute to come and celebrate the Constitution. Everybody's invited.
Thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. Next up, keeping with the theme, occupation of Palatka, September 23rd or 25th, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It probably sounds like it's been a long day, so I'll be
Always good to see you.
I'll be quick, but yeah, I kind of feel it's important for me to get in front of you and just introduce each year our living history event here in Palatka. Sonny, the next slide. So this actually observes a historical event that actually occurred here in March of 1864 after the Battle of Wallacea. Union Army force, Barton's New York Brigade, occupied the town. around the Bronson House. So that's an actual historic area. Next slide, Sonny. So this is a living history. So no battle was fought. And so we don't recreate any kind of a battle. The event began, this living history event, in 2011. So this is our 12th year. We kind of went virtual in 2020 during the lockdown. Putnam County Historical Society is a very important part of this event. Here's Sally, both she and I serve on the board, and we've got a couple other board members, Sharon and Mary here. And then some folks with the Northside Historic District and the city to help get this started. Next slide. So these are some of the military units. We've got both Union and some Confederates, since Confederate militia were in the area. And we've got Navy because there were Navy gunboats, Union. St. John's River. Next slide. And then we got a number of civilian groups, which is important because unlike a lot of other Civil War events, we're not celebrating a battle or a battlefield. Really, this town is kind of the stage on which the historical event occurred and what we're doing, the reenactment, the living history. So the various citizen groups that portray the civilians of the time are very important for this event. What did the people of Palatka experience and feel like? And Sally will be helping with that. Very good. Yeah. So 23rd Friday, that's going to be our school day. As I've been told, we are going to have every fourth grade class in Putnam County school system visiting us, along with homeschoolers and private schools. Saturday is kind of our general open day, and the Historic Impressionists of Florida will be, it's not really connected with the event, but they do it the same weekend. They're having a tea with the Queen at St. Mark's Church. There is a cost for that. You can go to the Historical Society Facebook page. They have a link to sign up. Now we're going to try a little bit of laid back on Sunday the 25th. At the house, Bronson House will be open. A few reenactors will still be hanging out as they pack up. So we're kind of calling that Civilian Day. Last slide. So again, it'll be the last weekend of this month, the 23rd to the 25th from 9 till 3. It's the 158th anniversary of the actual occupation event. And again, the 12th year of our reenactment. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? If not, again, thank you. And as always, it's a great event, and it's a great event for our young people as well as the rest of our citizens.
Okay. Here's the thank you slide.
Okay.
Yep.
And let's give a round of applause again for the occupation. Next up is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Is there anyone here for public comment? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. We'll move into item 5 of the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that you wish to have removed at this time?
Item H.
We've got H on the consent agenda that you wish to have removed. I've got a speaker's card for 5L, even though I don't see an L on, there isn't an L on here.
Might be I. Oh,
It's H. Okay, you look like my handwriting. 5, that's bad. 5H. Is there any other item on the consent agenda we used to have removed at this time? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda excluding item H for discussion.
Motion on the floor and a second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item 5H, adopt resolution 2022 R142. Jazz on the River. Mr. Cutright, I'll go ahead and have you come up early.
A resolution of the city of Palatka granting a special events permit to Ancient City Entertainment, setting forth the provisions of the permit and granting permission for road closures of St. John's Avenue from Memorial Parkway to Second Street and Memorial Parkway from Second to Reed, granting noise variance as requested in the event permit application, providing for scrivener's errors.
All right, there's a motion on the floor in a second. Mr. Cutright, will give us an update as to where we were before.
My direction was to bring back some information from my approval. I seen that we had site plan was put in there. We reached out to the hotels, we reached out to the church and let them aware of the program coming. From what I'm listening to, what I've heard, the license and alcohol waiver, it will be done 7 days prior to the event, which the code states has 7 days, up to 7 days prior to the event to be put in. It was stated about the law enforcement staff and funding. I left that out purposely because I didn't think the community need to know what our law enforcement staffing would be at that time, but I do have that. Law enforcement was vetted. Captain Williams and the staff was in there and told them what they needed. We do have the pricing for the law enforcement, and Ms. Janetta is aware of what it's gonna cost her at this event. All this tentative numbers, but depending on how the event goes, the staffing for law enforcement might go up, come down, depending on what's going on.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? I'll let Ms. Kitchens go right quick. I've got a speaker card for Ms. Kitchens. You can come forward at this time.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. And Mayor, I could have worse mentors than you, so thank you. Yeah, when I appeared before you at the last meeting on this, there was no information in your packet, basically. I looked again this time and my comment is there's no information. Now, I appreciate Mr. Cutright giving you the information, and I talked with some staff prior to this meeting. I understand they have everything that's required. You should have that in your packet. When you look at your agenda, hopefully you read your agenda. And when you look at that packet, you should have everything in your packet that Mr. Cutright has. I always required that when I was on the commission. And as far as law enforcement, you need to know how much that, you're going to get from, you need to know how much that the event coordinator is paying the law enforcement, because that goes into city coffers. It doesn't go into the police. When the police do these things, it comes out of their overtime. But the money that the event coordinator pays for police protection goes to the city fund. So this comes out of the police fund. And the only thing, I just have a question. I read in the paper that on Blue Crab, the city lost about $100,000, $150,000. Y'all apparently lost some money on Blue Crab. So I'm concerned, how are you going to make sure you don't lose money on this and other events, not just this one, but other events? So that was just my comments, but I do suggest that you all make sure that you have complete information in your agenda packets. Mr. Cutright has the information and you need it in your packets, and the public needs it when they pull up the agenda packet to be able to see it also. And that's all I had. Mr. Mentor.
Everything in the paper ain't true. Yes, sir.
This Jasper Riverfront is not Blue Crab, so I don't know where that reference came up. But the law enforcement staffing and pricing, if you need, I would definitely provide it to you. I just felt like we should put that out there in the paper.
Well, there's also some times when your law enforcement changes based upon the attendance of the event, and it can slide up or down. And so that's why there's a variance on that. And sometimes you don't get that. You don't get the bill until subsequent to the
We have the
final bill.
After 30 days after the event,
Right.
they give the final bill.
Any other questions from the commission?
Is there the certificate, the certification, I guess, and then the whole of the city, homeless is all that?
Oh, that's been signed, and then we waiting on her to come back, get it certified, and that will come with the license and the alcohol waiver. That's 7 days prior to the event. Up to 7 days prior to the event. We usually have people come in 7 days prior.
And the event is on the 24th?
I think it's 25th. Yeah, 25th.
Commissioner Jones, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barham, keep going.
So when do we make sure that we have something in our hands so that at least I can see it?
Well, we have another commission meeting before then, but once we get everything in, we will submit everything and file and upload everything.
So there's, okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Commissioner Barham? Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I don't quite understand about I understand, but I don't, about the law enforcement, why it's included as far as at least a ballpark, because I think that's important. It doesn't have to be a spot on number, but you start talking about the numbers, that number should coincide with what the permit is asking for. If you're saying 400 to 700 people.
750 to.
Yeah, 750.
1,000 or something.
Yeah, so we're gonna know what we need as far as law enforcement officials, or security. So that's the purpose of actually having these safeguards going in. So I really don't agree with what you just said.
Well, the number of officers, I would gladly give you that, the vetted through police officer, but I didn't want to let the city know, and I'm just making a call myself. where your personnel there doing the event. At the end of the day, we had that set aside for you. But the number of personnel will be 4 officers, for 4 hours, at a total of $680.
Four officers,
4 officers.
that's what it called for 750 to 1,500?
That is what Captain Williams said that they would utilize.
And I see Chief's in agreement right there.
So why couldn't we just say to that? Why couldn't we just say it there and then if it adjusts, we can adjust from there? I mean, I would like to at least seen it prior to, if that was something that
Chief, sure.
was already agreed upon, I think it should have been at least included. That way we have something before us that we're voting on, but right now we'll be voting on something that we're not really 100% clear on.
In prior discussion with Mr. Cutright, part of stuff that we asked as far as the way we man up for different details and things of that nature, we are asking that certain portions be confidential, not necessarily to you all and to the city manager, but to what we require for the public. We have a minimum and a maximum, and the minimum and maximum can be dictated, but we ask for a certain number because, as you indicated, and as we've seen through other rallies, as we deploy our information, as we release information, then it allows for other people to prepare for things in mass events. So we look at it and we dictate due to the event and how it's based and how we deploy our resources.
Same thing with fire, too.
The fire will be on the response for medical or for the actual fire.
Based on the category of event,
Yes.
whether they're on site or not.
In the event, other question I had is the person, Ms. Slayer, I guess the contract, the primary contact, excuse me. And I know we're not talking about Blue Crab right now, but is that the same person that was the promoter or the person we contracted with for the Blue Crab?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it's appropriate to bring this up at this point, I do want to mention, because of the questions that were asked about the Blue Crab and the overrun in the budget, there were some questions that were asked that hadn't been resolved or I don't have the answer to. I don't know if anybody else.
Be resolved in this item either.
Privy on the board. However, doing business with someone that we had that cost overrun with, again, this soon, without having those answers, I have reservations. And I want to put that on record.
You're not doing business with them. They're making this application individually.
They're on the application. They're the contact person. I don't need, can I get it out before the attack? So.
There isn't an attack.
So I'm just saying to you, right at this point and on record that I feel uneasiness to approve any other venture with her or any affiliate with her until we have those answers.
Commissioner Jones, I listen, I hear you well. That was never brought to my attention that you had that issue of concerns about that. This was a event that she applied for like normal people, and the city is not having anything to do with it other than allocate her the assets that normal people get when they ask for an event to use. She's paying for everything like everybody else. So that's why I see no reason why to hold the Blue Crab or anything that's against this event itself. The Blue Crab itself is a total other entity, and we have concerns out here, and hope y'all can address those. But at this time, I felt that this event that had nothing to do with it.
I could appreciate that. I just wanted to put that.
Any other comments? Seeing none. There's a motion on the floor in a second already. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries 3-2. Thank you. Moving on, item number 6 of the agenda. Discussion and direction, Hank Bryan Park Playground Structure related to, this is a FERDAP grant in the amount of $50,000 fiscal year 2020, 2021.
Hello, Marcia, project manager. This is a preliminary stages. As it says here, we've gotten a grant for $50,000. What's required in the grant is to give attention to the trail, playground equipment, fencing, trash cans. There's also a requirement to renovate picnic facility and playground. That's very vague. It's very ambiguous. 50,000 isn't going to go a long way. So there's a wide scale there. So this is an opportunity to just bring it to your attention preliminary. If there's other thoughts associated with Hank Bryan, then we would have to address a different funding, if we want to broaden the scope of the project. So as we're, as I said, we're just at the beginning stages of trying to identify scope and budget and what we can do, so we can come back and present that. But it doesn't include restrooms. It doesn't include some of the other options that we've heard discussed. So if those are of interest, we just want to raise the flag early that those would have to be addressed in additional funding sources.
Additional funding sources already added in for the restroom facility at 50,000 during the budget session, just so that you have that information as well. But are there any additional considerations on the FERDAP grant that you would want to have built into the scope so far?
So Mayor, that means, so it's total of 100,000 for improvements?
If you add the 50 to this, but FERDAP is separate, so it has a scope that has to be met. So you try to keep those two cycles separate. But she can actually, but what Ms. Gano can do, is Ms. Gano is actually going to probably be the person who's going to be working on the restroom facility as well.
So 50,000 would probably be enough for the restroom itself. You think?
No, I can answer, because
Yeah.
we actually started vetting that early on. And the numbers came around the 40,000+ mark when we first started talking to contractors about it. That way we knew that it was going to be a situation where it would go out for an RFP. The initial thoughts were that it would be, we could get something done for less than 25,000. But as the numbers changed with construction costs and all the other stuff, that number went up. So we were thinking, so based upon the information that we had in place, we believe that 50 would be a reasonable number to get a restroom facility in place, based on where we are.
Were those the mobile restrooms?
No, this is different. The reason for the mobile restroom was it gave us an opportunity to move those to the riverfront or to other places where we had larger events in situations where the park was inactive.
Are you going to talk? Go ahead.
It's likely we're not going to have a firm number on the restroom until we put a design build request for proposal out. But the first thing that has to happen is we got to reach out to the building department and confirm at a minimum what has to be provided to meet code. One thing I'll add to what Ms. Gano said, the playground structures are approaching 20+ years old. And there's been a lot of repairs done on those in the past couple of years. This grant within the scope says that we will address the playground structures. It doesn't say we will replace like for like. It doesn't say that we're going to repair. So we wanted to bring that to your attention. Within your packet, there's some pictures of the existing playground structures. You cannot replace those structures that you have with $50,000 budget and accomplish everything else. So I'll put that out there. I think everybody, you're shaking your heads like you know that, and it's good. So if you want to do something more, it's going to take additional funding. But at a minimum, we'll be going in and excavating and putting in the necessary engineered mulch to meet the requirements of the fall zones of those structures and dressing everything up. This is your opportunity to tell us if you want to do something more than that.
And I'm sure Ms. McCaskill will appreciate this. The ADA compliant area where the wheelchairs can roll up on the swing. I went out there and I saw that they need repair really bad. Or I think that, we'll have some litigation going on if we don't repair those, because people could get hurt on them. I'd rather for them not to be out there if they're not repaired, so that a person can roll their chair on there and actually swing and utilize those. And then if there was a area concentration to get something done, I would like that ADH compliant area to be redone or at least repaired.
And also we can reach out to the pilot program.
because they are the ones that are actually donated and provided those swings for our school. And they come in here so we can reach out to them for resources as well.
Now, like, can we be creative and actually get sponsorship? Like, I know Kiwanis actually help with the Rotary Playground, Rotary, yeah. What about that? President, aren't you a member?
So without asking him to put his other hat on, I think where we are. So my suggestion is that we allocate some additional funding to the playground, understanding that Project Play cost about 100,000 for the playground itself. I think is a soft number, and you're gonna have to bring in some more resources. That the Hank Bryant Park is one of the more used parks that we have in the community. It's been long overdue for some additional resources. And so I think we need to seriously think about looking at the opportunity to do that, and maybe an opportunity to use some Better Place funds to do something as well. And so, and I think consciously when we start redesigning these playgrounds, we need to also keep in mind that we need to have some places where it's handicap accessible for children to play, and also create some handicap accessibility for ball fields as well, so that we can start to create new programs for children. And so those are some of the things that we can look at.
And two, I think, Mayor, on ongoing maintenance, we have a lot of these parks and playgrounds and different things of that nature. They got life cycles. So a lot of times they just go and they go and they go and they never get maintenance in it. Look, it's my source. So I think some kind of life cycle for those parks need to be kind of factored in whenever we get them. We need to make sure that we kind of at least keep them up if they're under our jurisdiction.
And just another thing, for the purpose of safety and the purpose of vandalism, I don't know if it's possible for us to be able to have some kind of video footage or some kind of security that would allow us to ensure safety or be able to capture some of the things that may transpire in this parks. So.
Anything else?
Lighting too. Lighting will be really, really key, I think, in terms of when we have our parks and.
Sounds like 150.
150? Yeah, I mean, I think lighting would be the key.
No, but I think at the end of the day, safety is the first concern. But there's also an opportunity for us to start to redo these playgrounds.
Mayor, I think we can look at the solar panel. So solar panels, we can start looking into that as well to help with the lighting piece of it.
I think we'll let you go ahead and champion that piece. Anything else for suggestion from Ms. Gano? Thank you, Ms. Gano.
Appreciate it.
Next up, adopt resolution 2022 R4, this is 159. Special events permit for Porch Fest.
A resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, granting a special events permit to the South Historic Neighborhood Association for Porch Fest on December 3rd, 2022. Setting forth the provisions of the permit, granting permission for road closures, granting permission for the use of alcohol, granting permission for noise variance as requested in the permit application, providing for scrivener's errors.
Is there a motion on the floor? Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second. Is there, at this point, we will open the floor. Public comment. Is there anyone here for public comment on this issue? Seeing no one, we open discussion for the commission at this time. Mr. Cutright, you have information for us. Any further discussion? No,
Mayor, for clarification, can I ask, Mayor, maybe the agenda that I have isn't accurate, but I've got two items under 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. let's move forward. Let's move back to discussion and direction on the rental first before we get into, let's hold that motion. Because I'm out of order. We'll go back to Hammock Hall rental, Palatka Porch Fest Music Festival. I'm sorry.
And yeah, I'll start that, and then Mr. Cutright can take over and add information as he sees fit. But there was a request, as I understand it, at the special events meeting held on the Porch Fest for the use of Hammock Hall. I don't know that it was on a rental basis. It may have just been on a free basis, but either way, it was a use requested by, as I understand, the Southside Neighborhood Historic District or Southside Neighborhood District. The staff had been directed by the commission at a previous meeting that to move forward on the Hammock Hall issue by moving it forward towards a rezoning, either by permissible use or by conditional use, so that it might be allowed for, so that it might be utilized under a neighborhood commercial category. We have started that process. It has to go first to the Historic Preservation Board and then to the Planning Commission, and those meetings have been scheduled and this item agendaed. We were then directed by the commission to take it before both the Planning Commission and the City Commission for consideration of the rezoning. And then we were advised to go ahead and move forward with a sale. Pending that, we were advised by the commission, or at least our understanding, I think all of us are of the same accord, that our understanding was that we were to take the property offline and then it was not going to be made available for rental or usage. So Mr. Cutright, I saw the email, responded by indicating that the Hammock Hall was not available for rental based upon commission directive. And I guess there's been some question about that position. So I am in agreement with Mr. Cutright. It's my understanding as well that we were directed not to put Hammock Hall back out for rental or use. If that's not an accurate position of the commission, then obviously we will move forward in a different direction.
You've heard staff's comments. Any comments as it relates to the use of Hammock Hall?
Oh, I got a comment on that. I do know that they use that as their as part of their festival every year. And every year they have had it, and you know, not having that, I think it's going to probably impact the way they do business. Going to push everything to the streets as opposed to having people, their vendors who occupy the vacant lot next to Hammock Hall, and then they also had use of Hammock Hall itself. And so I was looking at it from perspective that they had the event and it's been successful, and I just didn't want to do anything to kind of hinder that going forward. We didn't have that in mind when we made those decisions as it related to, okay, we're gonna just take all access away from it during that time because of other things that was going on. But at the same time, we never factored in the festival piece of things. And so hindsight, I think, you know, they should have use of it, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Anyone else from the commission? Commissioner Campbell?
I'm of the same mind frame of, I mean, if it was not available, if it would have been sold already, it would have, I mean, they would have had to try to find an alternative. And again, we made a direction based on several things. And if we do it for one, we would have to take into consideration for anybody else that may have had staple events. And I just don't think that we need to go back on our word, because that speaks volume to us if we put something out there and then go back to remove it just for one particular thing. I think there's enough time for them to find a solution to that problem.
Commissioner Jones?
I don't have.
Commissioner McCaskill? Mr. Cutright?
Well, I just wanted to add to it, and especially that team meeting that we had on this event, we did give Mr. Russo some alternate alternative things to make that work. by putting some of the vendors on the sidewalk on the same side as the Hammock Hall. So we did give them alternatives. And then we also said it might be, y'all feel that the parking lot would be used, but the building was off limits from the emails I sent them back on August the 19th. I let him know that was totally off limits because of y'all guidance y'all gave me several months ago.
But the issue, if my understanding is correct, the issue with the building was the safety concerns based upon the things that were outlined inside of the building, correct?
Yeah, that same thing.
And there have been any repairs to those?
No.
Is there any plan for repairs at this point?
Well, at the time, we put everything on hold because y'all had put it on trying to, I guess, sell it or get rid of it off the books.
So the
What safety issues we have?
Well, the inside, you have I guess it used to be old laundromat. The floor is warped. The roof is still having issues. It was a lot of other concerns that we were trying to address. But that was, the taking it off the market I made that decision on y'all guidance several months ago. So we haven't bring it to anybody since then.
And the last Porch Fest, they did use sidewalk facing. So,
There's a lot of outside vendors.
yeah.
I don't have an issue with the use of the outside. Personally, I don't have an issue with the use of the outside space. I'm more concerned with the repairs and the physical building itself. Because I know that's where most of the food trucks were on the property, on the land. But the facility itself was closed just based on the repairs that were necessary, the leaks and the plumbing that was starting to push up through the floor. And so
I never knew about all of those additional, I thought they
they
used the building the last time that they had it.
they were mentioned in the last meeting when we made the vote.
You're saying you thought that they used the building?
Mhm.
They did use the building space as well as sidewalk space, am I right? So that's.
But the repairs and the maintenance that were needed on that building was discussed during the meeting in which the motion was made to stop the use of the building. And that was really one of the primary concerns.
So considering safety and liability issues.
I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
It's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Nay.
Nay.
One nay.
I'm there.
Two nays. You gotta vote. So there's a 3-2, motion passes. Moving on to item number 7-2. Adopt resolution 2022 R139. Caption has been read. Will you restate your motion, Commissioner? No. The motion was, we have to reinstate the motion. Just go ahead and read the caption again, Ms. France.
Thank you. Give me just a moment to find it again.
For the special event permit.
There we go. A resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, granting a special events permit to the South Historic Neighborhood Association for Porch Fest on December 3rd, 2022, setting forth the provisions of the permit, granting permission for road closures, granting permission for use of alcohol, and granting permission for noise variances requested in the permit application, providing for scrivener's errors.
So moved.
So motion on the floor. There's a second by Commissioner McCaskill. Is there, at this time, we're open the floor for public comment. Is there anyone here for public comment? That's fine. I'll add it on.
My question is this, if Hammock Hall is so dangerous, you can't have Porch Fest in it, how can you have the public meeting on the 14th to discuss the direction or what's to be done with Hammock Hall? It's advertised that the city's holding a public workshop, public input meeting at Hammock Hall. So I would suggest that you move the public input meeting to City Hall instead of Hammock Hall since it's dangerous. Thank you.
Should be. Any further discussion on the motion? Anyone else here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on this motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, public hearing ordinance 2022-23.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the City of Palatka, Florida, amending Appendix A fee schedule of the municipal code of the City of Palatka, Florida as it pertains to fees and other charges relating to Chapter 50 Parks and Recreation, Chapter 54 Planning, Chapter 66 Solid Waste, Chapter 74 Subdivisions, Chapters 86 Utilities, Chapter 94 Zoning, Chapter 95 Administrative Fees, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
So move.
Motion on the floor in a second. For public hearings, or anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Chapter 94 is zoning.
Okay.
We go down to 94, 92, schedule of zoning. And it mentioned, section E, electronic gaming establishment, and inspection, that we have. So in the city or they're permitted being.
They are by ordinance and their time, place, manner, and they pay an annual fee for inspections.
So that have always been on. It's something we're adding.
No,
No.
the fees, the annual inspection fees always been there.
Are we collecting the fees?
We are. We collected a significant amount of money in fees.
So I thought we banned it.
No, the county banned them.
County banned it. We wouldn't shut some down. What is our status as far as, can they come in to open up?
No, there are very limited spaces where facilities can open in the city. And there are almost none, quite honestly. So that's not what you're voting on today. So what you're, so
No, it's something that you're voting on in the city. I want that information. Electronic gaming establishment, we inspect them, we pay those fees, they pay fees, so that's almost saying that they are allowed in the city limits, so I want to bring it out.
any further questions as it pertains to the motion that's on the floor? If there are no more, we will at this time move forward. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, first public hearing, trim calendar fiscal year 2022-23, proposed budget and millage rate for 2022-23, 6.4000 mills proposed.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Palatka, Putnam County, Florida, adopting the proposed and tentative operating millage rate for the purpose of levying ad valorem taxes for the City of Palatka, Putnam County for fiscal year 2022-2023, and providing for scrivener's errors. Mayor and Commissioners, this evening, we are going to take a number of actions related to the adoption of the proposed millage rate and budget for the fiscal year ending in September 30, 2023. Tonight's hearing is the first of two public hearings required to be held per Florida statutes prior to the adoption of the final millage rate and budget by the taxing authority. As such, this is not a final budget hearing, and final adoption of the millage rates and budget will not be considered tonight. At the conclusion of this hearing, a specific date, time, and place of the second public hearing for adoption of the final millage rate and budget will be established. For the fiscal year 2023 budget, the aggregate proposed operating millage for the city of Palatka is 6.4000 mills, which is 21.309% greater than the rollback rate of 5.2758 mills. The increase in property tax revenue is essential to fund appropriations needed to operate the general citywide budget that is inclusive of personnel costs, operating costs, capital expenses, as well as grant matches. Mayor and Commissioners, the total city tentative budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 is $68,555,331. I'm happy to answer any questions pertaining to the changes or on the budget before you at this time.
Any questions?
I'm pleased.
No questions. City of Palatka convenes public hearing on the City of Palatka fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed millage rates and tentative budget as required by Florida statutes, chapter 129 and 200, and is advertised in the truth and millage notices or trim notices. If anyone in our audience is here for the purpose of contesting their assessment, a petition for adjustment with the Value Adjustment Board should be filed by 5 p.m. Tuesday, September 13th, 2022, as stated in the trim notices sent via first-class mail by Putnam County's property appraiser to every taxpayer on the property value assessment roll. For those in attendance this evening wishing to address the commission, citizen comments will be taken following the overview of the tentative budget by the Finance Director. Finance Director Lauren Shank will now present an explanation of the proposed and rollback millage rates.
I think I already stated all of that, but for the record, the aggregate proposed operating millage for the city of Palatka is 6.400 mils, which is 21.309% greater than the rollback rate of 5.2758 mils. And your tentative budget is $68,555,331. Public comment?
Is there anyone here for public comment at this time? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing.
At this time, the tentative budget includes appropriations described earlier. Any adjustments made in the commission workshop to this budget can be made by motion at this time, and this will be reflected in the final reading. Meaning any changes that we had in the workshop, I will be defining and going over prior to the final adoption. Mayor and Commissioners, Florida statutes require the commission to adopt proposed millage rates prior to adopting the related budget. As such, before you is resolution number 2022-R-160, a resolution to adopt tentative millage rate for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023, pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 200 Florida statute, providing for conflicts and severability and providing for an effective date.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion at this time? Open the floor for public. There's no further discussion on the motion. We'll now have a vote on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The tentative millage has been accepted.
Mayor and Commissioners, subsequent to the commission adopting the fiscal year 23 proposed millage rate is to adopt the corresponding fiscal year 23 tentative budget. Before you is resolution number 2022-R-161, a resolution to adopt the tentative budget for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023 pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 200 Florida statutes, providing for conflicts and severability and providing for an effective date.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone else here for public hearing at this time? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
The final action requested from the commission this evening is to establish and publicly announce the date, time, and location of the final public hearing to consider adopting the final millage rate and budget as amended. This meeting must be held 20 days following the conclusion of tonight's public hearing, properly advertised and held after 5 p.m. Staff recommends that the second and final public hearing be scheduled for Thursday, September 22nd, 2022 at 6 p.m. in the same location, which is the commission's chambers.
I'll entertain a motion at this time. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Thank you.
Motion on the floor in a second. Now, for public comment, is there anyone here for public comment? Seeing no one, will close public comment. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Questions called, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. The next meeting will be on Thursday, September 22nd at 6 p.m. in the commission chamber at 201 North 2nd Street. This concludes our public hearing at this time. So these budget-related items are now concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shank. Moving to our next item.
Ordinance 2022-10.
Yes.
An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, amending city of Palatka ordinance 0820, the city of Palatka 2008 Economic Recovery and Incentive Program, extending suspension of collection of the city's parks and recreation facilities impact fees, fire rescue impact fees, road impact fees, and law enforcement impact fees for a period not to exceed 8 months, providing for notice of impact fees upon expiration of the suspension period and or reinstatement of collection of suspended impact fees, whichever comes first, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. There's a second by Commissioner Campbell. Now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Nay.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Roll call.
Commissioner Tammy McCaskill,
Now you work.
Commissioner Will Jones,
No.
Commissioner Justin Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Rufus Borum,
Nay.
Mayor Terrell Hill.
Yes. Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, item 8D. Case PB 22-20, request to annex 0.24 acres of property into the city and to rezone from Putnam County Commercial C1 to City of Palatka Commercial Intensive C2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as 934 South State Road 19, Florida, Palatka, Florida 32177, part of the west half of the southwest quarter, the west of State Road 19, Official Records Book 126, page 683, plus Official Records Book 410, page 1794, excluding Official Records Book 410, page 1791, parcel 111026 4 zeros. 07014 is contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Motion on the floor in a second. Now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 2, rezoning ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the, sorry, I think I have the wrong,
2208,
2209.
Scrivener's error.
Scrivener's error. This is a second reading and adoption hearing.
It is.
An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from Putnam County Commercial Neighborhood C1 to City of Palatka Commercial Intensive C2 for the following property: 934 South State Road 19, Palatka, Florida 32177. Part of the west half, the southwest border of the west of State Road 19, official records book 126, page 683, plus official records book 410, page 1794, excluding official records book 410, page 1791, parcel 11, 1026, 40, 07014 is providing for several buildings, for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Second. So motion on the floor in a second. Mr. Holmes, you got anything?
No, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Walsh's microphone's not working, so if there are questions about this one, I'll try to answer them, but it is on second reading.
It's on the second reading. Okay, we'll now open the floor. Public hearing at this time. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Holmes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I have one item that I'd like to ask that you address tonight as an emergency item, and I'll provide the details as to the emergency. This has to do with a lease agreement, which I think may have been passed out to you momentarily or a few minutes ago with Titan or Eastern Aviation Fuels, Inc. A little bit of background is that, as you probably recall, we received a grant and contracted to purchase a fuel truck to replace our aging fuel truck, which was having constant problems and which was in fact deemed unsafe by some. We actually, after some delay, and I'm sure that Mr. McNair is still in the room and he can amplify as needed, but after some delay, we received the truck. Unfortunately, from the time the truck arrived, it's never functioned properly. They had difficulties that were operational, having to do with the register that registers number of gallons. But more problematic for us was that the fuel container, the reservoir itself, leaked water. So the top of the tank leaked water. And as all of you are probably very well aware, a huge matter of liability or factor of liability for a city would be to fill a jet or aircraft tank with fuel that contained water, which would ultimately lead to most likely an engine failure and resulting unfortunate event. So we have worked with the supplier for an extended period of time to try to get a resolution. None ever was forthcoming. Ultimately, we had not paid them. Ultimately, they gave us an ultimatum, which was pay us and we'll send someone to fix the fuel truck, which they'd never been able to fix up to that point as a warranty item. After consultation with Mr. McNair and with the city attorney, I rejected that offer and told them to come and take their fuel truck back. They did. So now we don't have a fuel truck again. And I stand by that decision. I'm comfortable with that decision. But in the interim, until we are able to acquire another fuel truck, we need to make provisions for a fuel truck at the airport. And Mr. McNair has located a truck, procured a truck by lease on a month-to-month basis, and that lease agreement before you would be authorizing that. And so we do ask that it be taken on as an emergency item. I can answer any questions that you have.
Time is of the essence. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept this item as an emergency item.
So motion on the floor, second by Commissioner McCaskill. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. You've heard the explanation. Is there anything else you want to add, Mr. McNair?
No, sir. Thank you.
You've heard the explanation. We've got the lease before us. Council, have you had an opportunity to review the lease?
Yes, I have, and Mr. McNair sent it to Titan. They made a couple of corrections or suggestions about the price and other things. I will make those corrections and then we'll get it to you. Other than that, it's fine the way it is. I've reviewed it, made my edits and
And so you've also heard Mr. McNair allude to the loss in revenue as a result of not having the truck in place. At this time, I entertain a motion to approve staff's recommendation. It's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jones, second by Commissioner McCaskill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. Holmes, do you have anything else before us?
One final, just want to compliment, commend, and thank Ms. Shank for what I believe was a very effective process of formulating a budget. She worked diligently with department heads, and in arriving at amounts, it was complicated this year, as you know, by the ARPA funds, which had to also be taken into account. So I simply wanted to extend my thanks to her for her hard work and coming up with that budget. Nothing further.
Chief Shaw. Mr. Cutright. Ms. Shanks. Chief Taylor.
Quickly, I'd like to invite everyone up for the 9/11 ceremony at the riverfront on Sunday. The ceremony will start at 9:40. I would arrive a little early. Other than that, thank you.
Mr. McGinnis. McMillan. Sorry. McMillan, I'm messing your name up. Mr. McNair. Mr. Griffith. Ms. Jones. Council.
nothing, Mr. Mayor.
I was gonna tell you your mic wasn't on. Ms. Krantz.
Just an update on the Youth Ambassador Program, if I may. They've met 3 times already. It's a great group of youth, and we're looking forward to bringing them to the commission at a meeting in October. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Walsh. That means she's good. Mr. Dennis.
No, Mr. Mayor, we're good.
Ooh, look at that.
Commissioner Campbell.
Nothing tonight, sir. We get to go home.
Commissioner Jones. Your mic's not on.
I just would like to add that during this commission meeting, I would like to see or hear from the department heads. Not that we don't get a lot of content in between. However, at the end of the day, I would like to hear a report of what's going on in the department. It might be minute, you may think, but all the commissioners don't get to know what's going on in departments. So I would like to hear that. I don't know if that's consensus, but I just wanted to add that. I don't have anything else to say.
Duly noted. Commissioner Boren.
I share the same sentiment, but yeah, I don't have anything else.
Commissioner McCaskill. It is almost 7 o'clock in Alabama, and we will be adjourned.